All right. So I was just live. Everything was really slow. I changed. We have two internet connections, a 5G and a regular. I switched to the regular because that's on 5G. And then I also switched from whatever. I switched to Google Chrome. I think that made a massive difference. So we're gonna try this again and see if it works. Trump is. We're gonna have a caption for the election. Harris at 3 and Trump is at 19. And
we give to you everything. Our leaders, our president, our country.
So that's where we're at right now. I'm going to try to get some maps up going here. Let's hope this works. Already seeing a major difference.
This is our legacy. I won't let anyone take it. The epic return of Yellowstone. I see it now. I know what to do.
All right, so we're going to have 3 maps today that we're going to be really focusing on. 2, the main one that we're going to be focusing on is we're going to put that as a top. So
Modern home security minds and Simply Safe got that I know.
24/7 monitoring.
Virginia's a blue state. I hate to say it, but I think Virginia's a blue state. We're looking good there. And we have a lot of lane. This is gonna be the map that I'm filling out right now. Is our scenario map, which we're gonna focus on right now. It is the scenario map has Trump up 229 to 219. I wonder how this is going to react now.
Watching all the branches tonight, has been told the Senate could be decided as well in the state potentially of Ohio. Democrat incumbent Sheriff Brown fighting the first time to his home.
We're actually going to just have 2. We're going to have our scenario map and we're going to fill in the map.
$400 million in ad spending. A few people still coming in here minutes before.
This is going to be our
7:30. Voter turnout has been strong. More than 1 million Ohioans voted at 5 a.m. There was a line stretching around this entire building with people ready to.
And then this is our scenario map. All right, so we have 2 maps. This is what I was afraid of. But let it catch up. We're going to give it a break here. And we're just going to let those 2 tabs catch up. If not,
about reproductive rights, which are enshrined in Ohio's Constitution, and for that reason, Marino told
South Carolina, Trump is up in South Carolina. Scott, Bernie Sanders has been predicted to win in Vermont for the Senate.
is no ability federally to be able to handle abortion.
Virginia, Trump is winning in Virginia early on. Okay, we're 1% in. But Trump is winning in Virginia, 58-40.
And we will see the impact that former President
Up
Donald Trump
early
has
on
had
in
that
Virginia.
no Democrats
And
has
KO
won an election in a state that Trump
is
carried.
up in the Senate, and Higgins
We'll see if that
is
changes.
up in the House. So Anderson is also up in the House. Virginia, the Republicans have started strong. We are getting ready to close in on our second poll closing of the evening. Trump is holding strong in Florida, which is expected to win points. North Carolina, too soon to call right now. Harris and Trump right now, that's going to be a swing state. I believe that's going to go to Trump. North Carolina should go to Trump. Georgia should go to Trump. Indiana has gone to Trump. So we're going to try this. If this doesn't work,
Things have been moving pretty smoothly, including in the western part of the state, which was heavily damaged in Hurricane Helene. 7 with electric generators.
270 might too. I might try a different website if this doesn't work, and we'll see if that works. All right. Yeah, this is lagging a little bit too. I can tell the video is lagging a little bit.
Jonathan, thank you.
So take it around our panel. You just heard a little bit.
Which I think is stupid, whatever.
Voter analysis, because we saw in 2025.
We'll start here.
People thought it was going to happen going in, but in this situation, it
If the taps don't work out, that's fine. And Trump won, or Harris won in Vermont. Okay. So this is where we stand. The map is, I am using 270 to win. My map. Right, that's stand right now. I am only going to use solid blue and solid red. I can't. There's because I already starting myself as well.
It's a stark choice presented to America tonight.
Stop
You
sharing.
want the status quo, which is much high prices.
You guys even see me? Hello.
Fairly liberal to open border situation, or do you want a change? We know what that change was like in 2019. I don't think we've had a stark choice, perhaps. Since
The first playoff poll has come out. Oregon, OSU, Georgia, Miami are top 4 teams.
And Donald Trump, fascist, Nazi, that's their clothes. So if it's abortion, fascism, Hitler, that's your clothes. I think that's a pretty dark view of the country. I think the economy is still the number one issue nationwide. Not buying some of these exit polls.
Herald of economic issues, this election overall, every race, it's estimated to have 15.9.
All right, let's go over a scenario here.
Spent on this election. Almost
Before we get to our 7:30 poll closing, let's go to our scenario map. I want to go through a couple scenarios before next round of polls close. Which I may not. So right now we are assuming Arizona is not a swing state. I believe that's going to be solid red. Let's all right. We'll give Kamala blue, or we'll give Kamala Nevada. We're gonna give Trump North Carolina and Georgia, which I think will happen if that does indeed up happening. He just needs a common New Hampshire. Really, he doesn't need New Hampshire. He just needs either one of these three. I think he's going to win Wisconsin. See, this is what Kamala does not need, or Kamala.
We got about 30 seconds before we start our TikTok to the next call. Dana, what do you think?
I think that Florida is so interesting because Governor Ron DeSantis is such an effective governor and a great campaigner. And I think also that there are changes in Latino voters and generational changes. But I would also say this. When 75% of the country says you're on the wrong direction, you're going in the wrong direction. And their number one issue is the economy. You should listen to them.
All right. We are getting ready to start the second poll closings.
Coming up on the next poll close big one because North Carolina, we should start getting raw vote totals right away. North Carolina is one of the fastest states, even despite Hurricane Helene. They're doing a really great job. The Secretary of State's office there as we wait for the poll closing right now.
All right, here we go.
It is now 7:30.
7:30.
Just closed in 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia.
North Carolina is obviously the state to watch. I believe Trump will win both Georgia and North Carolina. That is my prediction for those two states.
A decisive one, potentially. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call.
Also, too early to call Ohio, but former President Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. As we mentioned,
Ohio is too early to call. West Virginia has been called for President Donald Trump.
that Trump will win West Virginia, not a very big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor or current governor is running for.
Expect that to be a quick call as well. If you look at the race for 270, the Electoral College votes needed to win the presidency now.
And that is it for 7:30. I'm surprised South Carolina has not been called yet.
As we make calls, the biggest story in West Virginia, as we said, is the Senate race, where longtime Joe Manchin is retiring. Democrat now independent. Fox News can project that Jim Justice will flip this seat. That win puts the GOP one seat away from an outright majority in the U.S. Senate.
That's huge for the Senate. Jim Justice just flipped a seat in West Virginia from a Democrat who has retired, and Republicans are just now one seat away from controlling the Senate. Moreno and Brown are in the close Senate race in Ohio.
At the moment, the balance of power looks like this in terms of what we have fed in so far into the data at this point. We've got 40 Republicans, 1 seat split. That's the West Virginia seat. Jim Justice will be the new senator. He was the former governor from the state of West Virginia, and Democrats have 29 right now. You can see a lot of spaces still to be filled in over on the Senate side.
We're following a number of gubernatorial races around the country. Turning to those races, Fox News can project that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General, Josh Stein, will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. A lot of controversy. It's not close now. We'll make calls.
Republican Attorney General Patrick Morrisey will succeed Jim Justice as the state's 37th governor. He has wanted that spot for a long time. He's run before, and now Patrick Morrisey will be the governor.
Patrick Morrisey will be the governor in West Virginia, and Josh Stein will be the governor in all right. Trump has the lead in Florida, 54-45. Too soon to call, 71% in. Florida should be huge, or 80% in. So Trump should have 53 votes pretty soon. Let me edit the score for you here.
This time, but I just want to take a glance at this because you got a lot of vote out there, guys.
All right, so Trump is up now 23-3 over Kamala Harris. I believe Trump will win Florida. I think that's.
Now, this was Trump's best performing rural county in 2020, and he's doing a number right now again. I'll just go back to 2020, 4 years ago, and watch this. The percentage there was up, so he's doing a tick better. Raw vote here, 6,200 4 years ago. Raw vote now in the same county, 4,900. So maybe that comes back to that conversation about turnout, things like that throughout the rest of the country. But when you look at Georgia,
Trump has taken the lead in Georgia. I believe Kamala had a lead early on, and Trump has taken the lead 9% and 60-38%. Or 61-30.
State for the Republican Party, happened for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016. I can give it to him, right? 5 points 8 years ago. Things seem to change in 2020 and change in a significant way when Joe Biden went there and took the state by 0.2 percentage points. Raw vote of 11,779. All right. Now, so this is where we are now. And I'm just, a lot of that vote out there. Trump's got a lead of 22 points, and that's going to change throughout the night. But we just want to let you know what's happening there. Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina. Similar story, maybe less of an advantage for the Republicans, but this is all red. You look at what Bush and Kerry did in 2004.
They're doing North Carolina, or this is the comparison where it's flipping.
Performed so well, took the Cargill State just by so much there. Okay.
Obama won in
Pull it off. Let's come back.
in 08, I believe, to North Carolina.
When I'm seeing there. Let's go ahead and do this, all right? Yeah. So as you can see, like these states, they change. That's a real part of this national conversation. What people
They are getting ready. I do want to get what I am going to try to do is NBC and Fox.
Such a population shift, more than 1 million people have shifted down there, and it's a different crowd. So that's why maybe you have a different electorate in North Carolina.
Which I'm gonna probably just flip back and forth to, because I kind of like how NBC does.
Young folks go there to go to school and find a job as well.
Let's go to NBC.
As I say that Democrats did not invest a lot of money in, did not run a lot of advertising in, and it shows.
They bring in Mark Lauder, Director of Strategic Communications in the Trump 2020 re-election campaign, former spokesperson for Vice President Pence. Mark, give us your view as we wait for a call in North Carolina. What is the Harris camp right now thinking?
Right now, they're looking at turnout. I think, and really for both sides, it's going to be all about turnout. Do you keep your voters out? I've seen some, I've heard anecdotally from some of my colleagues on the campaign that turnout is not where it needs to be in the urban areas for Kamala Harris. It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including the hurricane impacted areas. So I think it's a good sign for President Trump. We're going to have to see how that plays out. Another thing I'm watching, and I know Tom alluded to
Harris is,
but I also looked at Hillsborough County,
or Trump is leading early in the popular vote, 54 to.
And Hillary Clinton actually did some
campaigning there for this particular election as well. Mark and Cornell, thank you. We'll be back early and often as we go along here.
And we will take a break here. I think we're going to come back with more on the make or break state of Pennsylvania as the polls get ready to close there.
When my hair started to thin, I thought,
Let's go back to Fox. I think I might just mainly say Fox. I don't know. Trump right now, again, up 23-3 early on.
A net of 220,000 votes. Let's go and clear this off and just refresh our memories here from 4 years ago. Here were the results, right?
Trump did win North Carolina.
Days later, but a little less than 75,000 votes. So all this out here that is going to matter. And what the Democratic Governor Roy Cooper said is that he's going to put these mobile voting vans in Western North Carolina to make it gets ripped off from casting a vote on behalf of voting. You know, Laura, the Harris campaign is pointing to schools like Appalachian State, the polling place in Boone County. They're saying schools in Pennsylvania and Nevada are huge lines. They're mobilizing young people. That's what they're sending out, at least now. What do you think?
15 polling places in Georgia have had to have extended hours of that bomb threat that you guys were reporting on earlier, various bomb threats. And in Georgia, it's DeKalb County, Gwinnett, other key population centers. Will that affect the
Florida should win the 30-point. Trump should win Florida soon. Scott is going to win the seat in the Senate for Florida. He is up 53-48-44. It is similar, and Trump is up 60-38 in Georgia. So the Florida numbers are similar, 53-40, 54-30-43, something like that. It's similar for both the Senate and the presidential race. Braun is going to beat McCormick for Indiana. She looks like somebody that I know.
And I didn't shift until maybe with Martha like 2 weeks ago. And the reason was the following. One, on the economy, yes, it's number one, but it went from Trump plus 15 to Trump plus 8. And so that was a big
And some
difference.
polls had it even tighter.
And some, I think Fox ended up at 6. And then the second thing was the money. Harris campaign raised $1 to $2 billion. All of a sudden, it wasn't just the blue wall. Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina come into play. And Martha and I have spoken about it, not to make this a gender issue, but Arizona and Nevada do have reproductive rights on the line. So that makes a big difference on the gender vote. So listen, I'm not going to say I went from optimistic to nauseously optimistic. I'm going to stay at optimistic, but we're going to have to see what happens in Atlanta and Charlotte and some of the big cities that, we're depending huge votes for Harris, but it doesn't feel as good yet.
But we have a lot of vote that is still outstanding, right, Carl?
North Carolina too early to call. New Hampshire Governor Ayotte. It's Ohio. Trump is up early, 3% in. That should go to Trump. Florida, Ohio.
My suspicion is that we will see a pattern of he's doing better in rural areas and he's not.
Iowa. This is gonna be a long stream.
Suburban areas, and the key will end up being the decider will be if he continues to get 25% of the black men.
I'll be right back.
Performance in that group.
All right, I am back. We are about 15 minutes away from the next polls being closed. Got my bottle of Sprite here. All right, here we go. We got an update. Trump up 62 to 37% in Georgia, 12% and too soon to call there. Too soon to call North. Kamala Harris is up in North now. It's early though.
A simple picture as we look at our Fox News photo analysis and what the raw vote totals coming in. By the way, on your screen you'll see everything that we have coming in, every race that you may be following on the bottom of your screen, sometimes on the side.
And also it depends on whether they're starting to count with votes that came in early and then what sequence they start to, then it will shift as they start to do the day of vote in these states as well. So you're going to see a lot of very big shifts, no doubt, as we continue to the game. Absolutely. Every state has their own unique way of doing it, which makes it really interesting to cover.
That's why I'm not too worried right now if about North Carolina. I think he will win North Carolina. I know it's gonna be close. I think he will close out strong in Georgia too. Yeah, North Carolina, she's up 38%. That's gonna change. It's too soon. Only 2% in. We're in for a long night, y'all. We are in for a long night.
This time around, they have spent millions of dollars to try and make that happen again. Given how close this race is going to be, that single electoral vote could be.
I will try to stay up as long as I can for this. I will be live for as long as possible. I will end the stream once we know around 1 or 2.
Those votes will make up about half of the entire vote here in Douglas County. What Democrats are going to be looking for as these results start coming in is the areas north and south of Omaha.
Around 1 or 2 a.m.
Haven't turned out in recent elections. Democrats have spent a lot of time and effort this time around to change that. We'll have to see here in the next hour if it pays off. Greg Markle. All right, Garrett. Throughout the night, Harris Faulkner is getting real-time reaction from real voters as results unfold with voters' voices. They'll be talking about the issues that drove them to the polls. Harris, great to see you. Good evening.
Great to see you too, Brett. It is so exciting to finally be here this night. Welcome to Voters' Voices. We have a live audience of Americans making their voices heard throughout the night. And I'm your host, Harris Faulkner. We are witnessing a race for the White House like
That's cool. Harris Faulkner. Voters' voices. That's cool.
7 particular states in focus. And in those battleground states, if you live there, you know it has been intense. Voters are telling me all about the tidal wave of campaign ads and polling experts trying to dig in and learn how they voted and why. Well, that's because in recent years, those states have been key in determining the next.
Alabama is 11. If you guys were wondering, Alabama is 11.
You guys, it's good to see you. Welcome. Big, small, all along the full political spectrum. And over the next several hours, we will hear their take on the race for president and what the issues were that swayed them one way or the other. And the other person who's with us tonight is a friend I've invited, polling expert Lee Carter, president of Maslansky and Partners. Warm welcome to you, Lee.
We got a big night. Thank you. Big night. So excited to be here.
Yeah, we've been talking to voters and so on and so forth. And let's just start off with the show of hands real quickly. Because the numbers for early vote, 84 million. Just now. And still counting all those mail-in ballots. So it's huge, incredibly large, setting records this year. How many of you voted early?
Wow.
It's a lot, right?
It's a lot.
Yeah, and how many of you voted today? Yeah, well, we would expect not as many, right? So how does that compare with what you find in your analysis?
Well, what we're looking at right now, they're saying that about half the people have early voted. And I think that's so we could be looking at record turnout. Now, there's some people who say it's going to be more than half the party voted early, but I think we're going to be looking at the numbers are showing that we're looking for a big night.
Yeah, that would be huge if that were the case, because 2020 really was the burst on that. Okay, a quick rundown of what we'll be showing you tonight before we hear from the audience. Our team compiled key moments from the Trump and Harris campaigns, and Lee is showing some of those comments to American voters along the way, and they use their computers to respond to those in real time. The lines on the screen that will show you their reaction: red representing Republicans, blue for Democrats, and gray for independents. And our first topic, we heard a lot of this, fiery rhetoric. This from Vice President Harris.
So listen, so much is on the line in this election, and this is not 2016 or 2020. We can all see that Donald Trump is even more unstable and more unhinged, and now he wants unchecked power. And this time, there will be no one there to stop him. Not even the Supreme Court, which months ago told the former president that he is essentially immune no matter what he would do in the White House.
I'm mostly watching the gray line because we've been told so much about independents and how important they are. What did you learn with this?
So you could really see Democrats.
Yeah, the gray line there. So they're playing clips from
And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself
from the campaign, and that one was Kamala's fiery rhetoric towards Trump, saying he's wants unchecked power, and he's just becoming old, and Democrats A, Indiana D, and Republicans obviously F.
It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. Today we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala.
Blue is going down. It actually went up there a little bit. Red is obviously going up and down.
All across America, Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now you can see a very different reaction here than we had with the other voters.
The lines really stayed steady there.
Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced into Donald Trump. They want
Indiana, or not Indiana, Independents said a C, and obviously Republicans said A, Democrats said F. Really, the independents are going to be important there.
Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat, and I understand you voted for Trump, and you live in the all-important battleground of Pennsylvania. So tell me about your journey and what it's been like and why you made that decision as a Democrat.
Well, Harris, for me, it was very simple. The issues for me are fighting anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel, economic strength, fighting the border, and peace through strength. And Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that. And it was a no-brainer. It was been a very interesting reaction for people to see me demonstrably promote my report for Donald Trump. But
This is actually going to make the night a little bit more interesting. If they continue to do what they just did, which I think they will.
Supporting Donald Trump is an easy decision.
Yeah, as a Democrat, you said, people were reacting to that. I appreciate your answer. I appreciate everybody's time. We will hear more from our voters' voices throughout the night. Let's go back to Brett and Martha.
All right, Harris.
Thanks, Blake. So the clock is ticking down to one of the biggest poll closings.
We are getting closer and closer to 8 p.m. Eastern. Another poll closing, and of course the all-important Pennsylvania. Sean Hannity and Jesse Waters coming up. So Republicans have 4, Democrats have 0. Flipped seats. Republicans flipped the seat in 40 to 20. Wait. We're going to do the House.
Silver screen. Mark is passionate about his faith, his state, and his country. He joined me on the tour of our 9/11 Bowl exhibit. With his powerful voice, he's helping us to never forget those who have sacrificed.
We're gonna have the House and the Senate count as well. we'll be updating this throughout the night. The majority is 218.
You're a man of faith. Absolutely. St. Francis and Assisius said, brothers and sisters, while we have time, let us do it. Absolutely. We all have to do our part. There is definitely a role for every one of us to contribute in some sort of way.
See, now we don't hold any grudge with any New York Boston sports rivalries because of all that you guys do.
I had the good fortune of being able to visit Afghanistan and to see the sacrifice that our brave men and women actually make.
So 218 majority for the House. Republican is up 4. And then the Senate.
It represents all the great heroes that died in 9/11. We're always going to hold it to the highest standards of any
29 and 51 for majority.
Every single person. They just have to be a part of it. And your reputation beyond impeccable.
Everybody knows where the money's going. Every single dollar. God bless you. We need your help to deliver mortgage-free homes to catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star, and fallen first responders families with young children. Please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting teachup.org.
Trump just got a state. Trump just got a state. Trump just won a state. What did he win? Here we go. Trump wins South Carolina.
Project that former President Trump will win the state of South Carolina. So we are counting down the minutes to the next poll closing, and there you see the race to 270 ticking up on the former president's side at 32-3 for Vice President Harris as the states are called. You need to see that, and obviously 270 is the magic number.
We have a long way to go. A lot of filling in of this board and these states, but some places are getting very interesting as we get closer to our next round of poll closures, which are coming up.
All right, so let's update our all-important map.
Where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan. He is at Senator Rick Scott's campaign headquarters in Bonita Springs, Florida, which has tightened up a little bit. That race has gotten interesting. Steve?
Martha, they're starting to cheer here. It's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier. He said that's largely because of a strong performance in early voting.
Why did I give that? Okay. I don't know why I gave Illinois. Fox has not called the Indiana. But that is where we are right now. I think. Oh no, that's not good. I think everything is going to plan so far. I'm surprised South Carolina wasn't called earlier or sooner. I'm surprised Florida hasn't been called either. Wait. Red. I'm gonna go ahead and do all this.
Pennsylvania closes its polls, but I think it's worth noting, Mark, that this is a political malpractice that should pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice, Jewish Americans. But I think that we'll talk about that tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
We are seconds away from 17 states plus Washington, D.C., including New Hampshire, Illinois, Tennessee,
New Hampshire, Illinois, Tennessee, Florida,
the critical battleground.
and
We win the whole thing. It's very simple.
It all comes down to this.
With 177 electoral votes on the line,
Pennsylvania.
we have the results as they come in.
So everything is going to right now. I think I'm gonna go ahead and make New Hampshire blank because I think either candidate can win that.
8 o'clock in New York, polls have just closed
Yeah.
in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course,
So everything is going to plan.
It could be the deciding state in this
Pennsylvania.
electoral vote that state decision just said it is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania as we
electoral votes closer.
And they just called Florida for Trump.
Where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In May, the Fox News is called a statewide race gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the first.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a real surprise there. Win Alabama, big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News decision desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 to her.
Will also win New Jersey, a Democratic state. Some people.
Trump wins, or Harris wins Illinois, New Jersey. Oh, I forgot to click share. I'm stupid. So there you go.
The vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, with 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting setup.
Now, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has electoral college, and the race to 2. It obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it.
Oklahoma. Trump wins Oklahoma.
We're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out west.
What else did she win?
For the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you.
She didn't win Delaware, or she didn't win Delaware.
So I thought the state of that. I also just heard from a person who's not going to vote, and then his girlfriend called him and said, "If you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're breaking up." So he just drove 2 hours to the polling station in line. So I still don't understand people. And I'm not do the county by county because I don't have a wheelhouse, but I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia where she's not performing as well with black voters as black.
Trump is winning at 55-43 in Georgia. I think that's huge. 33% already in for Georgia. Too early to call still. There, he is up by a couple 100,000 votes. What else did she win?
I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially. That Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make.
What else did she win? Oh wait, I know they're posting them on Fox.
And she's making it. They are making it a very competitive race, and we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Charles, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having
Your
me.
thoughts so far on the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and I'm sorry for you. You have been bragging about that one for months, me.
I was wrong once.
110. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris.
What did she win?
You need the urban turnout to be huge, and I think Philadelphia was a big story this day. In the first hour,
She has 12 more votes. What did she win?
smashing records, and we'll see where that all turns out. But what I'm really focused on is seeing once all the exits are out, what ended up being the 1, 2 important issues, because in Ann Selder's final poll of Iowa, she had preserving democracy as number 1. That also showed up in the Marist polling. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala
Wonder if
Harris.
it's on Twitter.
And if it goes preserving democracy, the economy, and then abortion, that's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago where you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's back and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? You know, it wasn't close. We just called it for the former president. It's a big electoral fall. But if you think about it, you know, in elections past, Florida was a swing state.
Yep.
2022, Ron DeSantis changes that state. And even in Miami County, taking home a vote, including which could vote something else beyond Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also have it there in Florida. It looks like it's going to win the right to abortion issue, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won, but maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there. They were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have one in North Carolina. Need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, they got a Democratic governor there, a Democrat that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburbans to Carl and now Jessica and now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Rick, you look at the issue around LGBTQ plus and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see some of the other suburban areas in Indiana. She has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see, and we've been forgetting these things different now.
All right, I will figure it out. That is not updated. Blue has some stuff that is currently.
So I want to show you guys the Fox Insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green line?
But
What the vote was at this point for
it is 105 to 72.
Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reported in that county. Trump's got a 3.3.
Okay, we'll see the updates. I'll be right back.
4 years ago.
Oh. Come on. Come on. Do I need to refresh this? I'm going to refresh it. Cancel. Why is the... Okay, we're going to refresh this. I'm not ending the stream. I'm just going to just... All right, cool. Great, thanks. Perfect. All right. So, captions.
West Virginia, the former governor will now be Senator Jim Justice in West Virginia. 34 Democrats have secured their seats in the Senate.
Okay, so that it is now 1:05. To 72. I'm assuming. I still don't know how she got 72. I have 60. And the House is updated 38 to 20. In the House, Republicans are up. Like a 218 majority. In the Senate, it is 43 to 34. Just one seat flipped. And again, the majority there.
If you're shopping for a home, you could browse hundreds of listings to find homes with big dogs. Or
Is 51. So Republicans are just 8 seats away from the majority. I think they just normally need to flip now just 3. Again, Trump is winning the popular vote by 2 million votes. Almost 2.5 million votes. 54 to 44. Again, 0 seats flipped so far between Republicans and Democrats. 38 to 20, 43 to 34, and then 1 flipped seat for the Republican. If I had to, I still do not know the state that Kamala won.
We want to do whatever is best for the individual service person. We want to be known as America's mortgage company for veterans.
Okay, so they put South Carolina. If I had to assume Massachusetts, and then one of the districts in Maine, I think, because that would make me too. But I will let you guys know. It is 72. Oh, I just muted it. 105-72. Jim Justice did win the West Virginia seat, 43-34. Again, 1 seat flipped. Here's what we'll do. Did that not save? Okay, so in the parentheses is seats flipped.
Just taking a look. This is the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, we want to get a look at how voters.
I was trying to figure out what I could do for the seats flipped.
But this is their view on the nation's economy. And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative. But the thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just 4 years ago. I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there. Okay, when it comes to those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story.
I don't remember the numbers for.
Total of people. So we
House.
Okay, 28%. And you would break that down by candidate, which we can now do with our way of closing time there in PA. 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you in a bit. Right, Mark. Senator, thank you.
Thanks. So let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bondaromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you all. Maria, it's not just the betting markets on the election, it's the markets that were betting prior to this election day. What are we to divine from all of that tonight?
Well, I think when you're talking about investors and businesses, Brett, Martha, I think you really have to look at economic policy and tax policy in particular. The one issue that is bothering
I'm not worried if Trump is down right now early on, like Kansas right now. Or Kansas, Trump is down early. It's close, but it's early. Oh, she won Maryland. Okay. No, I already have Maryland. Hogan is beating also Brooks early on, less than 1% in. I think also Brooks is going to win that. Massachusetts. That's what I don't have. Okay. So where's that extra vote? Maine? So Massachusetts there. She won. She must have won one of the districts in Maine. I wonder a turning point. Trump wins Florida.
And that's what businesses worry about when it comes to economic policy. Maria, thank you. Larry Kudlow joined the party here. Tell us what you're watching.
I wonder if there's someone else
Start to
who
get more of these
CNN.
numbers loading in here on the Electoral College map.
Well, I think right now, I'd like to be in Trump's shoes right now, but I don't think it's conclusive. We need more numbers, need more data. Some good news, but I just don't think there are enough numbers. I agree with
No.
I agree with the assessment that Maria made.
NBC.
But be honest with you, number one, I don't think the stock market yet knows who's going to win or what the policies are going to be.
Here we go.
But I don't think it knows yet. I mean, I don't know. We've got to see what happens.
Oh.
Number two, Trump
Wait.
has his working class coalition, a different Republican Party.
No, I have to do
It
some.
started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed at high tide. The question is, with that kind of coalition, working folks, whites, blacks, Hispanics, young people, others, will it work? Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump's base to put him over and win? I mean, a lot of people think he is.
I think it's one of the main districts.
Than he ever has before. It's going to peel off a lot of black votes for it, young people's vote. That was his strategy. I think it's a good strategy. It's not your father's Republican Party anymore. It's not that they hate business, but business roundtable. CEOs are not the center of the new party. The question is, could he expand that working class coalition enough to win this election? And give me another hour or two, and I'll try to figure that out.
We'll try to get you some more data there, Larry. Charles,
North Dakota should be Trump.
The vice president has closed that according to the latest polls. I mean, he was up big when you asked that question earlier, but as she closed, it got to within 2 or 4.
Senate, they are winning.
Yeah, Vice President Harris benefited from a couple of things.
New Hampshire, Kamala is up early, 19%, and
Phenomenal. Of course, Friday we learned that last month.
he simply doesn't need that.
Private sector jobs. And by the way,
Ayotte
all the experts who are
is
come up with these consistent
close in governor.
numbers have been going down steadily since 2021.
Harris did win in New Jersey. I have New Jersey. So how do they have Harris at 71?
The inflation issue,
And Trump went out on a dangerous limb when he talked about tariffs. Because
And then there's a big poll closing coming soon, which in a minute I'm going to go ahead and.
have worked tremendously, have really hit China really hard. And by the way,
She has 72. Where is it? One of the main districts?
a lot of people are listening to that. But still, folks know the bottom line.
Moreno Brown is up again. This is early polls. Give it a little bit. Over Marin. It's early. Ohio is early.
It goes right back to policy, and that is the open border policy.
He won Oklahoma. Yeah.
On national security and our own personal security. The open border is the
8, so 8:20. We should and then have. And I'm going to continue if I need to refresh the screen. Save. We'll save that again. I'll let you guys know in a minute about that.
What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to parties and disappointed we didn't get to policy enough. It got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not
Kevin O'Leary.
in the US, 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing unrealized capital gains is beyond insane. Nobody ever discussed that in the last 2 weeks. I look at that. I have to invest more money no matter what happens. And the idea of price controls, that's a bad idea too. We left those alone, and they are very, very dangerous ideas.
But don't you think, I mean, without due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing.
Okay, so that's not good.
He completely opposes the
No.
corporate tax.
All I remember is Nancy Hunter and the firing squad.
Okay, here we go.
Continue the argument. Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue.
Mr. Wonderful.
That's because the hour is 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win Arkansas. The state hasn't voted for a Democratic president since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the.
Arkansas goes to Trump.
As it ticks up, 111 for former President Trump, 72.
Okay, so she wins Maine District 1. No.
And then we'll scroll through the races by states. We'll look at Senate races, some House races, governor's races.
Okay, so we're good. 111-72. All right, so she did win one of the main districts, which was expected. I think Trump is going to win District 2.
Well, there were some more substance that when we were on the campaign trail, when I came in, they're absolutely right. I mean, we did not have a good debate, for instance, over economic issues, and it clearly is the number one issue on people's minds.
We didn't really get it in the college.
So that's the projection right there. It is 8:30. So when does the next poll close? Oh, is it just Arkansas that closed?
Our voter analysis memos tells us that if she wins, that will be the decisive factor. I'm not quite sure I buy that, but it's interesting.
Oh, ignore what's right there. All right, wait. This is starting to lag a little bit.
To turn out the low propensity voters, that is to say, what we might call unlikely.
Why is that? Why is Arkansas only?
That might be how they plan to make up the difference among Republican voters that they may lose.
I think that has been a strategy, right? Kellyanne?
Sure, well, we said all night and all week, gee, we don't know anything. Well, here's what we do know. That the two parties had a primary season and only one party participated in it, the Republicans.
All right, so 111-72 is the count right now. Trump is just now 159 away.
97 electoral votes. They spent over $100 million. I like them all very much. I'm glad they're part of the.
And Kamala is 198 away.
to expand their party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa, Ohio, these are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We didn't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida.
Pennsylvania is early.
So
Don't fret.
Talk a little bit about, is it this affect the Republican? Every time there's a Republican of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney, and
Trump now has the lead in Ohio, which was expected. Ohio should go to Trump. Connecticut.
Voting for Donald Trump, they're rank and file people. They don't have big news. They're not going to go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris. They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that
They haven't showed the Senate. I will update. Apparently, when I tried to update the House score, it didn't update. So we will update that when I see the count. No flip seats. And then, again, here in the Senate, the numbers in the parentheses are the flipped seats. Republicans have one flipped seat. Democrats have not flipped a seat yet. 43-34 is the score right now. Again, Republicans are just 8 away from the majority. And I know the Republicans are like, it's like 30 to 20. I think the Democrats have 29. From what I remember, Democrats have 29. Florida is 91% in, and wow, they are counting fast. That's surprising.
And I think that if Kamala Harris is victorious tonight, there should be some examination of why those campaign stops happened, and if his time would have been better spent.
It's early between Harris and Trump. 8% in, 71-28 right now. Not worried about that. North Carolina, Trump has closed in on Kamala, and Trump has closed in on Kansas. The early votes are now the Trump numbers are coming in. So,
Hold on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers. Major poll closings coming up. We'll get our first look at Arizona. Remember Arizona? Michigan?
Okay, so 9 p.m. Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Louisiana, Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and New York are all the states. Okay, 48-23. The count in 48-23. In the House, the Republicans are up. Again, I will do the same for the seats that are flipped. For both. I was thinking, what could I do to show what seats are flipped? And that's really what the number is, what we're looking at. And the Republicans have already flipped a seat, so that's huge. I think you need 4. I think they only need 4.
And shipping is always free. Go to dealdash.com
Okay, so.
and see how much you can save.
All right, so there we go. And then there's the updated 48-23 between Republicans and Democrats.
Back and let's get a live look, she said, at Pennsylvania, where Alexandria Hawk is in Newtown tonight. Hi, Alexandria.
I'm going to be with you. You know, in theory, polls have.
Trump has closed in a little bit on Pennsylvania, down now a few points. Still a decent size Harris lead. Again, it's early, not even 10% in. And Harris just went up a little bit more. Now 70-28. It was 69-29. Now it's 78-28 or 70-28. It's early. Now 11% in.
Polling issues as well. So yeah, jury polls have closed, but once again, if you're in line, even by that deadline, we're still able to cast your ballot, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Let's check in with Bill. Let's bounce around. We've got Virginia, you've got Texas, you've got a number of things happening. Ohio.
Yeah, let's get to it, okay? So this is Georgia. I just want to set this up for a moment here. She's performing slightly better than mine in Douglas County. There's other metro counties of Georgia, slightly better in Cobb County. I still see a little bit a sticky wound here in Fulton County, okay? And maybe that becomes significant because of how many people live there. The problem here is that you've got DeKalb County, nothing reported because the polls were suspended in that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett, all right? You're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes, so a lot of the vote still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. And this is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is...
Trump has taken the lead Trump has the lead in Virginia.
Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. And a lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C., is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number 1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding. And you see, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there that may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas, so jump on down there and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right? Too soon to call. Half the vote is in, half the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now, percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania. Because this is critical too. All right, so there's a ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions to Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here. What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10% or less. If you see a shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia. This is interesting, right? So we just went over there on the board and we showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find out where the outstanding vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County. You can look at DeKalb on the map, 0% in the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything with DeKalb. What about Fulton? Fulton. You see, Fulton, 70% of that vote is now in. So that's certainly one to watch. What about Gwinnett? All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up. We'll look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades. And around 2016, it flipped toward the Democrats. And right now, a little more than 50% of the vote in. So Kevin, come on back down here a moment. One county I haven't checked in on, when you look at the African-American turnout, look at Chatham. Chatham is where Savannah is, down there along the coast. You only have 5% of the vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in. I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this year, but we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin for Georgia. The vote margin for Georgia right now, let's go statewide. So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%, and for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out for Pete State. Go ahead and clear this, and we'll get back to this in a moment. In Georgia and elsewhere. So
I think that's really interesting about what's coming in. I think that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio, where they look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest? But we're not seeing that in our Fox News voter analysis.
Yeah, go ahead. Come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 votes. Let's measure his strength right now in 2020, or about halfway in, okay? Kamala Harris doing better on the margins here, okay? About 3.5 points statewide, so some vote out there. But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last 2 times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. Big Senate race in Ohio as well, Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. We'll track that throughout the night as well. Basically in Ohio, you've got Cincinnati and Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your 3 main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade of rosé, okay? Let's go to my hometown. That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3 of the vote going to Kamala Harris. This is one of these that's the cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has got to be pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County. You got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about 1/3 of the vote right now is in. And Kamala Harris, 71%. And Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds out. But I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last 2 times. You want to talk to your co-anchor?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California, and Colorado was reliably red when I was a kid. It is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening.
Getting closer to the 9 o'clock hour, which means the biggest polls.
If people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics.
The fact that she's overperforming Biden is absolutely wild.
And they lived their life. So they went to rallies, they went to politics, and they had fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is, Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for life. So the political realignment that is happening and the coalitions that Harris and Trump are putting together could have longer lives.
Well, it goes to what Kellyanne was saying earlier about the working element of the Republican Party shifting. And I think that when you look at Ohio, you are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
There's something else I see very quickly, and I see it in Virginia. Remember, this is the first presidential election since Glenn Youngkin was elected over Terry McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education, just really post-COVID policies, these school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that continues. And I think
Trump just extended his lead in Virginia.
In our Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in school based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe.
Trump did add on to his lead a little bit in
They
Ohio.
don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms.
Harris just closed in a little bit.
But wokeness is on
Less
the
than
ballot,
100,000
and
votes
people
right now there.
I'll never understand how
Trump did, it looks like Trump added on to his lead in Georgia, 55-44.
So we talked about early surprises. Jensen, I love sports. So do you, Brett. When you get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat. If he wins Virginia, this is a big thing. This is one of those early things that could
Yeah.
get you away. Similarly, her numbers in Ohio are interesting to me. I did not think you talked about the Seltzer poll, and Jessica and I talked about this before we got on. That number suggests that's what she was suggesting. It could
Ohio,
We'll see.
he's up near almost 4 points in.
The states that she's got to perform well and maybe win one. And if he can win Virginia, we thought we were going to have a long night. We might have a longer night as we think about these numbers here over the next.
And we might be a shorter night.
Or shorter.
Yeah,
It's
and
the right
Virginia. So we really have to look at the gender breakdown in these states and where we are at half the vote in some place like Ohio and Texas, where that vote's coming from. We're going to get that.
Yeah. In minutes away, Brett. That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all about to close. And Sean,
Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, your big states. Harris is about to get 29.
Everyone's getting that.
53. Trump or Republicans just got 55 more votes, or 5 more seats in the House. It is now 53 to 28. So each got 5 more seats. 53-28.
Special operations. Our job was to effect change with the mission of defeating ISIS. We were doing
So Republicans are getting a little closer there. Still 43-34 in the Senate. Again, no seats are flipped in the House. 1 seat has been flipped in the Senate. Trump did win Mississippi. That was one that really hasn't been mentioned too much about, but
I had a total of 22 life-saving surgeries.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and Trump is up early. What if we flip? Let's hope this did not change. It did. Frick, dude. Reset map. All right, hold on. Let me get back to where we're gonna flip Virginia. So this has all right, so with Virginia flipping right now to Trump, let's see here. He wins Nevada. Oh, he wins Nevada. Let's see. I think he's going to win Georgia, and he wins. He doesn't need any of the 3. Oh, my word. He doesn't even need North Carolina. So we'll see. I was wondering how long, what else he needed if he had one in Virginia. Oh, Harris on economy and inflation. Independence staying. Oh, there they go. Early on, it looked like they were 50-50. Oh, I forgot to share. Oh, well. Please no. It did. No, that's. Okay, we're gonna X that out. Okay, I'm gonna just do a different website because it keeps refreshing, and it keeps going to the same thing that I have. So Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, Indiana, Kentucky. He's 114. What else does he have? Oh. There. And then she has one Illinois. Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware. Oh, wait. Has Delaware closed yet? Delaware. How many does she have? 72? Okay. So this is where we're at right here. 111, 72. All right. I need a different interactive map. I might just go to a different one, just so we can do some scenarios, because it keeps updating. I don't want to do PBS. Let's see. We'll do Fox. Ted Cruz has extended his lead in the Senate 50-47. It was close. It was like 48-49, 49-48, and it's now 50-47. The Republican seats or the Republican votes are starting to come in. Furman is now up 51-48. And then Flores is destroying Gonzalez early on. 72-27. Early on. 75-29. That could be another seat that flips. So I am doing the interactive map on Fox. We're going to try this. If not, then I might just do some on my phone, and then I'll tell you. But I've also wanted to. Okay. So this is not looking like it's working. All right. Well, for right now, we're going to just keep it out where we're at. And if I need to do some scenarios. If I need to do some scenarios, then I will do it on my phone. But again, Trump all he needs to do, if he wins Virginia, he just needs Georgia and Nevada. Or he only needs Georgia. If he wins Georgia and Wisconsin, it's over. And he carries the rest of what he needs, Ohio and whatnot. Again, Pennsylvania. Oh, Trump has closed in on his vote. Trump has closed in on Pennsylvania. Harris did just win a prize. I believe she may have just won. They just upped it to 75. So let's go ahead and share because they're getting ready to. We could just do scenarios based on this map, but it's too early to do scenarios right now with what is going on. So we could do that. She won 3 votes. I don't know if Delaware's closed. I'm assuming it's Delaware. But we'll see when they project it. Oh, it is not anyway. Okay.
Texas. Critical battlegrounds. We are going to win the state of Michigan.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
With 163 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
Polls closing at 9 p.m. The biggest poll closing. Here we go.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan.
Too early to call Michigan. Kamala currently leads 54-43, 8% in, 56,000 vote difference there.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races. Arizona also too early to call.
Too early to call in Wisconsin. Too early to call in Arizona. Trump will win Texas. Massive. Win for Texas. It is 178 to 113. Iowa. Trump would win Iowa, and he's leading in Iowa.
Well-known and usually correct pollster, so we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, the more suburban 2nd district, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
So Nebraska has the 1st, 2nd district, and the statewide district. New York has just been called. New York will go to Kamala. That was expected. Minnesota is too early to call.
Obviously, Vice Presidential candidate Tim Walz from Minnesota, and now Fox News can project.
Kamala will win Colorado.
She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead according to our Fox News voter analysis in New Mexico.
1 vote difference right now in New Mexico. Louisiana, Trump wins Louisiana.
Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6.
Trump wins Kansas as well.
North Dakota, longtime conservative.
North Dakota.
He will also take South Dakota.
South Dakota will go to Trump.
And Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming.
Wyoming.
3 electoral. So there you see the tally on your screen: 178 electoral votes to 100. That map of the U.S.
What?
That we will continue to bring that to throughout the night.
Oh, she won Delaware.
So moving to the Senate Democratic
There. Let's go ahead and stop sharing.
The race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Carrie Lake. Also too early to call that day.
They're in Nebraska, and there are 2 Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is too close. It's close to call and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue.
Republicans
is locked in a close race against current Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a 4th term.
New York Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeated
some more holds for Democrats in the Senate, and then a hold in here for Rick Kramer.
Easily win the 2nd term, and in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
Let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up.
46-37, still just one flipped seat, and Republicans are just 5 away from the majority.
Early at this point in the night, 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel.
Exactly.
We start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the public vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority vote.
I don't know. Okay, so a couple things here. Michigan, we'll beat Ohio.
Trump is up almost 6% in Georgia.
I mean, this is really, it's got to be your target right now. Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there, okay? They haven't really moved, so the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%. Kamala Harris hanging in there with 700. She's going to win the county, okay? Question is the margin. The question is whether or not, Trump is chewing into this African-American male vote that we're talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural, and it's also African-American. 47% African-American.
Trump is up almost.
It's called Anson, all right? Trump's winning, okay? What's that mean? Okay, this is 4 years ago by 4 points, okay?
Oh, wow. Trump's flipping Anson County in North Carolina.
Is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? That's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys? This is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane, all right? This is Trump territory, all right? 61%, 68%, 81%.
He's going through counties that Trump is blowing out. And
You expect this to go below, indeed it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote, and she's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Go 53. This is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72. But a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just hoping to here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on the percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number.
Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2000.
Trump has added on to his lead in Ohio, which is good. From nearly 8 points, 7.7 points. He is up in almost or a little over 200,000 votes. I'm assuming that the 3 votes before they called all the states was Delaware. I'm assuming.
With Ohio, I think right now you could say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course.
I'm going to check and see what he means at this point. I mean, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Virginia. He could win Virginia, and then all he needs is one of these two.
Robert Kennedy can make a difference in Michigan. He's on the ballot. They try to get him off the ballot.
So he doesn't even need Nevada. He just needs one, or right now, win Arizona, and then obviously he wins Utah, Idaho, Montana, Iowa. Wait. Take that away. He wins. Give not Pennsylvania to Kamala. He wins. He still wins. 287, 132. And he doesn't need. And even if he loses, wait. He really, if he wins Virginia, it's over. Oh my goodness. But if he wins Virginia, it's over. Because he's expected to hold Nevada, take away number 270. If he holds Arizona, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, which he's won, if he holds those 4 states, wins, holds on to Georgia, North Carolina, wins Virginia, wins Ohio and Iowa, he wins. It's over.
It may be at 269. I know nobody wants to hear that, but there is a scenario fire wish and a topic of discussion. Somebody want to move on? Yeah, I think we can move on. I don't think people really want to say. But actually, I would accept that because that would end up in the House of Representatives, and I'd say Republican odds at that point would be pretty good. It is a very dysfunctional House, but I think they could coalesce around that. Yes, I think they would. What are you looking at?
8 years ago, you may remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset was happening. And one of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting odds, which I was at a farther point on the panel that night. By the time he got to me,
where did I give him 4 votes? Montana?
So I followed the number 6. Tonight, as we started this broadcast,
did he not win Montana?
the betting odds for winning the election.
I guess he didn't win Montana. Oh, it was Wyoming that he won.
And affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does it impact it that, it's the first year that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of people who are playing them probably.
Yeah, no, they didn't call Montana. All right. Ooh. If I need to change anything else, I will.
It's a basket. It's an average.
Furman is hanging on strong. 51-48 against the incumbent.
About a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the electoral college, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the electoral college from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years.
I wish there was a way where I could do like a different color, or I can add a color. I wish there was a way I could do that.
To introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion.
Oh wait,
And they had 100 days, Harold, and
and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, I don't know, 40 days or something with no press conference, and it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brad and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Okay, here we go. So right now,
After the debate, she performed so well against Trump.
I am editing. Right now, that is too close to call. Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Pennsylvania.
Slightly different opinion. I thought she gave in that interview.
Is that correct?
She did some.
If I see something else that's different, then I'll edit that. But right now we have 133 electoral votes. Oh wait, Arizona's not on here. Oh no, wait, it is. No, those are the swing states.
Those three states have not gone all together other than 1988. Wisconsin,
Okay, we'll wait.
Curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House, how does that play into the? I'm gonna get this because I don't want this fight.
But the House does the president and the Senate does the vice president, so you can end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election, and it's only one vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. Taking into the voter analysis stuff, how practical are those and what we're seeing?
Just trying to keep being your conversation there, Martha. I know you were asking about the suburban vote, what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis, and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay, suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now.
This is breaking down voter
analysis
right now.
Difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10.
Okay, Kalshi. What is Kalshi saying right now?
By which he's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden.
68-32.
All right. If I were to break that out by gender,
69-31.
Okay, suburban women. Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical. The margin that she's leading by, Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voters.
I would win $105 if, in fact, Trump wins in total, which would be nice.
Fox News can now project.
Oh! All right, we have a projection here. Trump wins Ohio. Trump has won Ohio, now at 195, closing in on 270. That's huge because JD Vance is also from Ohio. They did call Braun for governor over McCormick.
It seems is Virginia. You just got a message from the guy.
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on, really tight. The exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout in Philly and the suburbs of Philly. We talked earlier about the university population. That's one part of the population.
That's huge. That is huge. Trump at 195 to 113. I'm wearing red because obviously I'm a Trump guy.
They don't even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African American turnout did not appear.
Trump is winning in Maine
That they wanted.
early on. King, the independent incumbent, is up 48-41 over, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Golden, the Democrat, is losing early on by almost 1,000 votes to a Republican there. Maryland obviously goes to Kamala. Trump is winning, but again, it's early in Maryland.
It's just interesting that they're analyzing this data like we all are. And
I just don't think the Democrat votes. I mean, it's only 1%. So, I mean, Trump could be outperforming and he wins Maryland. No, she'll win Maryland.
Hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where's the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Warren does win the Senate seat.
Beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump war room, that would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth.
Okay, Harold, let me just ask you this. I was in communication with Harris folks, with Democrats. They haven't had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I haven't had a lot of that either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sanders is raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean.
Fox does have a couple of Democrat guys.
The polls are closed in battleground Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all-call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters, healthcare workers, and IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem, I can show you, as we zoom in over my shoulder, these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines. 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. So 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Right, Martha?
We're all night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race to 270. That makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. We have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Craig. And that was a close race for a while, but Kelly Ayotte
will win the governor race in New Hampshire.
Continues. It will be on the screen all night long.
America is watching Democracy 24. Your freedom, your vote.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is
The updated count in the House, 83 to 58, still no seats have been flipped.
We Jesus, we trust in you. Amen.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that
Kamala is winning New Hampshire 54-44, 37% in.
we create HD cameras so you can see what's
But
happening at home from anywhere. All powered by
That's interesting.
technology. Exclusively from Simply Safe.
I wonder if Trump is going to come back in that then, because it's close.
Contracts or cancellation fees.
New Jersey, Kamala is winning.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
It would be amazing if we can get at least Trump get two. And let's stay up for as long as need be. That I am planning to stay up for as long as need be. We're almost halfway through 9.
How'd you figure that out?
There's an app that shows you all the monthly subscriptions you have and how much you're paying.
What is that called?
Rocket Money.
Republicans just won a seat in the majority or in the Senate. It is now 47-37. Still just one seat flipped there for the Republicans. They're just now 4 seats away. And Democrats did win a seat in the House, now 83-59. 47-37, again, four seats away for the Republicans. I'll be right back.
I mentioned a moment ago. Okay, this is up on the lakefront. All right, I don't know why we're getting 0% in, because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote that being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch this less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get to 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T's start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T's going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state. They're going to be blue. The question is how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys mentioned Virginia. We'll just pop on down here. Because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right? Trump has just upped his margin here, right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here's where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C., this is Fairfax County, number one populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay? Biden, sorry to interrupt. Sorry, what's that? Where was it for Biden? Go ahead. Yeah, I'll show you. I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden, 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm explaining this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. So you get a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin of 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 200.
Blunt Rochester for the Democrats won the Senate. 195.
42,000 in the state 4 years ago.
Kamala Harris did just move up to 117.
And a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet.
I wonder if that was just some of the district races.
We've taken a 24-hour period. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, it was all over the place, okay? And then the 8 o'clock hour with Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump in the Peach State. So
the difference would be that was the COVID election, and that was a lot of mail-in vote, and that was not the same early vote for Republicans, right?
I would argue you're right about that in Georgia. I think the important thing to keep in mind is how states report it. Yeah, and Pennsylvania is a really good example here, where you're going to get a heavy blue, some would argue mirage, and I see whether or not that mirage is real throughout the night, but maybe even into tomorrow.
Bill,
yes.
Broadly speaking, there'll be some exceptions to this. Does it appear to you that she is underperforming Biden nearly everywhere?
It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I'll answer the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. The problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I could move along the northern border of Georgia, and, it's just, it's dominating. 81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. And just look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
What is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone, 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Brett, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. So 25% of the votes still out, so he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county a couple years ago.
We're gonna make a quick call. We'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the Vice President did well in cities and suburban areas.
So Kamala Harris wins New Hampshire.
It was closing, actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland
195 wins.
former Republican governor former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks. As far as the U.S. Senate goes, we're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans, and again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia. Maybe a couple of other races, still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet, obviously a very hopeful pickup.
And so the Democrats got a seat in
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and, first I would say the map, and again, it's early, but
the
it's
Senate.
be breaking more like.
They kept a seat in the Senate.
But we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on, we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming, they pointed.
What does she need right now?
But then we get a Fox News voter analysis.
Let's see
and
here.
you see in Pennsylvania
California,
that Kamala is
Oregon,
not
Washington.
the suburban marks that Joe Biden did.
I'm just giving her things that we know she's going to win. Hawaii.
And Hillary won by 7.
Let's go to Minnesota.
At this hour, you have Donald Trump leading by
What does she
3
need here?
in Hillsborough County.
I think it's still open. I mean, we'll give Trump Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia. We'll give her Pennsylvania.
When you see Amendment 4 went down, and the difference was you had a leader, you had a governor, Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue.
We'll give him Iowa, Wisconsin, Arizona, Iowa. Yeah, the difference really is Virginia. If he wins Virginia, it's over. And then if he holds what, take away, wait. If he holds, yeah. He just needs to hold.
Still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And
If Trump wins Virginia, it's over.
You ain't getting your desired cabinet if you ever.
Well, I mean, if Donald Trump wins Virginia, she's gonna have to steal Arizona, and then wait. I just want to see where she's at. Wait.
I think the finest numbers from sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately will follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a
Yeah. Even if she sweeps the Rust Belt, and he doesn't even need Iowa here.
That means she would have to sweep the blue wall. And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. Race 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state play of the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
U.S. anti-golf.
The house got updated too.
Good Ranchers is delivering American source proteins the way it
I
used to
think
be.
when I read it correctly, the Democrats have 70.
Our meat and seafood is individually portioned.
That's the Senate. Still just one seat flipped for Republicans.
Visit goodranchers.com.
98-71.
Starting at 5 a.m., Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Brian bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Fox and Friends. Tomorrow. Welcome to America, Cardiff.
Oh.
Maybe you can be Kristen's too.
We need to go back to the We'll be taking in 2 days. Well, where we live, except during allergy season, Horizon and Air schedule an appointment today.
Relieves your itchy, rough skin. Gold Bond for all your skins.
The proceeds from donated vehicles directly benefit the local Make-A-Wish chapter, funding life-changing wishes. With the support from partners like Wheels for Wishes, you can help restore hope when hope is needed most.
Visit wheelsforwishes.org.
How many get one child?
Social media is taking it away from me. It makes us worry more. I want my childhood back.
Protect their childhood with Gap. Kids save phones and watches with no internet, no social media, and no worries. Gap, safely connected.
Oh my word.
.943 on the East Coast. Let's take you through some of these key states because nothing that has happened so far is shocking at this point. Most of it, we're watching Virginia and we're waiting for North Carolina. But some of this has laid out in a way that is not unpredictable. But let's look at Pennsylvania for a moment here and see how Pennsylvania is shaping up at this hour. And you see you've got a 47 to 52 percentage.
52-47. So Trump has closed in on Pennsylvania.
32%, thank you. So we're waiting for a lot more vote to come in Pennsylvania. And what we're hearing is it's not surprising. The order that the vote has been coming in Pennsylvania is not surprising to the red team, at least at this point. There's Wisconsin, 47.9 to 50%. And Wisconsin has 23% of the vote in.
50 to 47.
They have both spent a ton of time
52-45 for Harris. All three of those.
We're going to look, we'll get them to show us on the board what Michigan looks like. 14%. A lot of votes still to come in Michigan. Obviously, this is too close to call, and that is 45 to 42. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is just outside Detroit, Michigan. We'll start to get a feel for what's going on in this part of the blue wall. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, so we're expecting an update from Michigan's top elections official very shortly. But what we know from her updates throughout the day so far is that turnout on Election Day has been very strong here in the Wolverine state. And when combined with
We're almost at the 10 o'clock hour, guys. We still got several hours to go. That is a fact. There's still some time to go. We still got a few hours.
particularly in the Dearborn area, in the Arab American community. The Trump campaign has really been targeting that community, trying to get them to either vote for former President Trump, but they don't actually need that. In some cases, we've talked to Arab Americans who are casting their ballots for Green Party candidate Jill Stein, somebody you probably haven't heard mention much, but who could be a spoiler candidate. We also know that many Arab Americans are going to sit out this election entirely, which could tip the scales in favor of former President Trump. We're also watching the Senate race here. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
There's some Democrats saying North Carolina is on the edge. I don't think they're fully agreeing with Sean. And they still may make T-shirts. But
Well, I'm not saying North Carolina. I am saying North Carolina and Georgia will go Donald Trump tonight. And I am as confident in that prediction as any I've ever made.
wow, okay. Bill Hammer tracking that. Are we backing that up on the wall?
You know, I can say that. It just, Sean, if you had your word about that, you in North Carolina. I showed you this county last hour, right? This is Anson County. Up to 47% African American population. You know, sometimes in these elections where you see an outcome, you're like, that hasn't happened in 100 years. Well, something just happened for the first time since 1876 in North Carolina, and a Republican won this county for the second time since the 1870s. So I just like something to like stick in the back of your head and think about, well, that was a data point along the way. You guys mentioned the blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're moving toward the central time zone. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a lot of stuff right now, okay? But this is the anecdotal stuff. This is the data points that I'm seeing on the map. Okay, when you go to Wisconsin, all right, you have to look at Dane County, the University of Wisconsin. In the midterms, they had more than 85% voter turnout in one county, okay? You're going to get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margin. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, you know, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county of North Carolina is repeating itself in some of these bigger cities. You know, is Detroit, you know, right now Detroit, Wayne County's red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. This is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall. Because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan, right? But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, you know? And you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference now in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08, 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than 8 points. And it might well be the case again tonight. And the Lamb Cheese has, let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay? Bill, can we go to Wisconsin? Yeah, we sure can, because, go ahead. You want to see how this is shaping up? I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress,
He doesn't need the blue wall, but he does need Virginia to feed.
when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right, so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you.
Oh, it just closed in on 2 points now for Wisconsin.
82 for all those 4 years ago.
50 to 48.
What am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane. How about
Oh.
Sauk and Kenosha? Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because
Less than a point now. Less than a point. It was less than a point. It was 50-48. Now it's just less than a point.
Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. Yeah, half of the vote in here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting. What about Kenosha? Let's find Kenosha down. Remember, this is the swinging state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections. You go, Scott Walker. I mean, it's extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way. But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, right? Yeah, story. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%. And okay. So he's overperforming now in Kenosha as well. I can keep going if you want. So call it out, guys. If you want. Sorry. Yeah. So the WOW counties here, they have been solid Republican forever. You know, but not during the Trump years. They got softer and softer, and they are. Wasaki here, just west of Milwaukee, is one of them. I'm sorry.
Actually, it's just over a point. 49.8, 48.7.
Washington, and then you get into over in the lake is Osaki here. So let's see what we're doing right now. Trump at 53.5. All right, comparison point 2020. Okay, so a little bit under right now in that suburban county north of Milwaukee. Let's pop on over here to Washington and see what we're doing. 70% is an impressive percentage. All right. From 4 years ago, what do you do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County. Then we'll move over here. This is the most populated of the 3, Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee, just shy of 60% raw votes, shy of 40,000 from 4 years ago. Okay, all right, so he ended up with 55,000 net. So he either has some space to make up, or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The WOW counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha? Door County. It's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it was. So we'll keep an eye on it because sometimes those are the bellwethers statewide, and we'll see whether that develops there in Wisconsin. All right?
Thank you, Bill.
Little Wisconsin for you.
My trip to Wisconsin,
Yeah, sure.
to Door County, in the Great Lakes, and obviously this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that and the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get full closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage.
Utah, Nevada, and Montana.
Continue to vote in 117.
At 10.
President Harris.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits.
So let's say Utah, Nevada, and Montana. Let's give Utah, Montana to Trump. He's at 205. He's at 211.
Well planned, well invested, well protected.
I don't think he's gonna. I don't. He definitely could sweep there.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Maybe Simply Safe and I can work together.
Okay, this is off, I think. Oh, Wyoming. I accidentally removed Wyoming.
It's relief just got easier.
110 to 77. House. Republicans have flipped the seat in the House. 110 to 77. The Republicans have added on to their lead and have flipped a seat in the House. That is huge. Again, the numbers in the parentheses. Wait. Oh,
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Trump is still winning in the popular vote, up over 4 million votes there, 52.5. And Republicans just won another seat, 111 to 77. Republicans adding on to their lead. Still got a little ways to go there. But again, 218 the majority.
Election unfolding before our eyes. We've got a lot happening as you take a look at the big board on the scorecard. Right now, the electoral vote count stands at former President Trump at 195 to Vice President Harris at 117.
We're still waiting, obviously, for Georgia to fill in and North Carolina to fill in.
We're about 2 minutes away from the next closings with Montana, Wyoming, or Montana, Utah, and Nevada.
We've been talking about Philadelphia County. She would have to clear 700,000 votes in order to. Yeah. All right. So let's go to Jeff Paul from the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Sam Brown.
Pennsylvania at 40% and 50 to 49.
We are outside maybe one of the biggest and most expensive polling centers in the country. This is the Allegiant Stadium, home of the Las Vegas Raiders. And one of the things I want to mention to you folks at home is that people are still showing up here to cast their ballot. We are a minute away from polls closing, roughly a minute away from polls closing. And under Nevada law, if you are in line by 7 o'clock, you have the right to vote. We are hearing about some instances where there are some pretty long lines throughout the state. Also, keep in results anywhere in the state of Nevada until the last person in the state votes. So we could be looking at a very long night ahead of us here in the state of Nevada. Martha?
All right, Jeff Ball, thank you so much. We're waiting now for these calls at 10 o'clock, and we're looking at basically a scenario where the Democrats are putting all their hope in the blue wall. The question is, what happens when we make it North Carolina and Georgia? If Sean Hannity is coming soon, we'll see if it does. It is time to see how many more electoral votes will fall as we get ready for our next call.
We are seconds away from 3 states.
Montana, Nevada, and Utah.
Utah, plus the critical battleground.
Together, we will fight to win Nevada.
Nevada, we fight for future.
With 6 online, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
Very quickly, it is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states west have just finished voting. Fox News decision desk too early to call the state of Nevada.
They have called, it looks like Montana and Nevada or Montana and Utah to Trump.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding
Yep.
another 6 votes, electoral votes to his column. He'll also win Montana's
Yep.
presidential election. We're looking closer at that Senate race out there.
Adds 10 more electoral votes to his count, 205 to 117.
Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan, and just keep in mind that in all these places, there's a lot of city votes, a lot of high population concentrated vote that has not come in yet. The question is whether or not that vote, when it does come in, will be enough to outbalance what we have seen in the early part of this vote here.
Montana, as we mentioned, also home to this pivotal Senate race. Longtime rural Democratic Senator John Terry.
Once Georgia and North Carolina are called for Trump, he will be at 234. And if he wins Virginia, he's at 250, and then just needs. He doesn't need the blue wall. If he wins Virginia, he won't need the blue wall.
Republican Congressman John Curtis will move to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power.
Mitt Romney
Senate here and show you where we are at 10:01.
retired? Dang.
Republicans now have 48 seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip.
48-38.
38 seats on the Democratic side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel, Laura Ingraham.
So Republicans just gained another seat. Well, didn't gain. Kept another seat. 48-38. Just 3 away from the majority.
I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far.
All right, I will be right back. All right. So let's do a scenario. I want to see where Kamala is realistically at right now. I mean, we kind of know where she's at. It's just, it's hard to really say. I mean, she's probably at 191. I think Trump will win Idaho. I'm just seeing what he'll probably win. He'll probably win New Mexico, Georgia, North Carolina, Iowa. He's at 258. He just needs 2 of what's left. And he's gonna win. He will win. He should win at least one in Maine. He's gonna win one in Maine. No.
Sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and we're can't call it obviously yet.
259, 194. Does he win New Mexico? Oh, and he wins Alaska too. Yeah, he's at 267. He just needs one of Minnesota will probably go blue. He just needs one of either Nevada, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. And he has the lead in Pennsylvania. Or no, it's tight in Pennsylvania. It's like 0.3 right now. And then he did take the lead in Wisconsin. So it's really just.
This is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote here right now. And Trump's doing 3.4 points better now, 98% of vote reporting, than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people.
Oh wait, she
number one out of
does have one in Nebraska, doesn't she?
Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Did you have something else there? Yeah, question? Gotcha. Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys. So Virginia, is that the biggest county, Fairfax County? Oh, yeah. Another big county, because their campaigns are saying they got big votes still out of Virginia. They still believe it. I tell you what I'll do here. I'll cheat for a second here, go back to Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part than was expected, okay? So there's still some vote out there, some vote coming in, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Brett, I think you said some folks have called Carolina already. We got about 70% of the vote in, and we got Trump up, almost 185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties? Okay, this is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there, 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. A firm lead yet again, there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied, so maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper.
Oh.
You find Wilmington along the Atlantic Shore, you've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down to Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going to places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey. And
I don't know exactly. That's messed up. I'm surprised Iowa's not called yet.
So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. So what's going on there?
You're exactly right about that. Okay.
Oh wow!
About half of the vote being counted.
Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania.
The chart I showed you a moment ago. They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic, as we saw in 2020. We're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw vote just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number 1. Come on, let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? But she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes? Right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? You know, we're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as they go to the.
Trump is more than likely going to win Florida by 14 to 15 points. That's interesting.
Difference of 300 votes, 303. You know, Biden barely won it by 1,200 this 4 years ago, so that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Allegheny County, let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on. 71, yeah, so you're 71 coming, that's right. And she's at 61%. You know, I mean, both you guys watch it, right? I mean, how many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side? Wait, someone to check out. I haven't done it. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where are you on July 13th? Here we go. We got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right, this past year? It was almost around the same number, okay, up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in public PA. Let me bring our prime folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding. But he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those three states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee mail-in vote.
Trump almost now up 3% in Wisconsin.
I mean, all of us grew up with, you voted in the morning. Same day. Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've gone from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
By the way, all of them watch Brett's interview with Kamala.
Absolutely.
Nobody missed that.
So what is it, how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote of 83.
It's so interesting you asked that question, because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically.
Nearly 6% in North Carolina, 70%, and Trump has a lead nearly of 6% there. Georgia, a little over 4.5% lead there in Georgia, 2%. He's going to win Georgia and North Carolina. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating to Laura's point.
Well, to that point, Maricopa said because the length in the ballot that they were running, they can take
There were 2 pages in Florida.
Within an hour and a half. Oh, Harris is up early in Arizona.
So, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean Hannity's wrong t-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania
against Bob Casey,
the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. That did not, and what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation. 40% difference. They were 40% shortfall So I'm looking at the big boards, I'm watching the ever-brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers.
Wisconsin.
That every
Oh, it's
source I know in
tight.
Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now in a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's gonna have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's Gina. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers.
All right, now I think people are starting to ask this question, and she certified the election.
For those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania, the early vote, which they've never before, they don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county.
So, Brent, let me just put the caveat in there. Brent, we sat on an election desk in 2016, and there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to win.
The evening began.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what-if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost,
Right.
and the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
Is her path narrowing as we get more
well,
into
it's not that she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could, and she had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now at 83% for Trump. It started at 58%. It's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have a clean eye shot.
I wonder what call she's saying.
Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting and well, these
Stock market futures are also trending higher.
87.13.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP vote cares. That's Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide, I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP vote cares.
And that has to be some defeat for the mainstream media who's just destroyed Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you
The popular vote is
your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then
he's crushing it in the popular.
very competitive in the popular.
And the news cycle for how long went on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa? Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. But Seltzer. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean,
let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can you just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is,
I want to come back to this. There's a fascinating story happening in Wisconsin, okay? So go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania County, this is
Lackawanna County, you got it. Let me come back to current day, right? It's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah.
I do believe, okay? So, I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna, this is Scranton, okay? So she's got an ad, go ahead. She's got an ad, 251.
the 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm gonna do something here that you can see a slide. All right, so you guys gotta remember these numbers, all right? Versus 2020, here is Biden's number. So she's about, you do the math, 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too in that Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reported, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time of night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie, all right? He's up 1.8 points higher than he was
4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit, half a point.
A half a point right now in for Trump, 49.5 to 49. That just got updated too.
Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682. Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take you to Michigan. Some things happening there as well. Fascinating. Back on up there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to come in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right?
They're reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because I had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand what
Well, I'm
happened.
asking you a question. He just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odds numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively now
90%.
to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald Trump.
91%.
Well, point that Jesse given the video, right?
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very close to everything he has to say, what he's offering. If that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, that did, the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table, and that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024.
Yeah. I mean, this is my third election that I've known and that have had knowledge about, and like 2012 I mean, I kind of a little green there because I was young. I was 8. I was 10 years ago, actually 12 years ago. I'm 20 now. I was like 8 there. And then I started following it in 2016, not to this extent. Okay, so Trump is up 7 in Iowa, 40% in. Too soon to call there. Trump will win 6. But anyway. And I know how big 2016 was. And then 2020, you had the arguments and this and that and the other. But this election has been very, very, very eventful. This has got to be one of the greatest, if Trump wins, which is it's likely to happen. 205 to 117. Trump is winning Virginia. And so this has got to be one of the craziest 4 years of any person ever. I mean, Trump got shot on July 23rd. No, not July 23rd. Early to mid-July, not July 23rd. Not July 23rd. July 23rd was when I got injured. Trump got shot Um, and then what Democrats have done to this man, because of the foul language of what they have called this man, he was then shot at twice. Luckily, the second time he didn't get hit. But here's the thing. What the Democrats and the media has said. He's un-American. He's sexist, bigot. All the words, everything. He's Hitler. He's Nazi. He's Putin 2.0. Whatever. What they've called him every name in the book. And to see Trump continue to move and move and move and move, and continues to do things for the American people. Serve at McDonald's. Go to a haircut place. Go to a salon. What else did he do? He did something else recently. Oh, and he continues to do rallies. That's something that people don't. He's supposed to, but So it's a really important. It's really, and because he has continued and continued and continued to fight and fight and fight, he got up after he got shot and said, "Fight, fight, fight." Kane wins the Senate in Virginia. We got some Senate calls here. It really is insane. So 49-39. Republicans are moving ever so closely to the majority in the Senate. I do think they're going to win the Senate. And 133-89, the House, they continue to add on to their lead in the House. Continue. 133 to 89? They just added 22 seats. Yeah. 22 to 12. They gained. Oh, and they flipped 3 seats. They flipped 2 more seats. Again, majority for the House is 218. They are getting very close. Less now, under 100 away from the majority of both the Senate and the House. And Trump, the Republicans, this is the red wave that people are talking about. 205-117.
program for the speakers. And right now they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes as they're watching data come in. Right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long lines at college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right, but Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Onrak at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Well, the county hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all call for city employees. So they got firefighters, they got healthcare workers, IT workers here trying to move this count along. They have to verify all of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. The last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Frano, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug-of-war election. And all we're seeing right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. The suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war,
Trump is up.
forces
Trump.
to be
Oh, Trump's down now in Virginia.
You know, at least the way it's shaping up tonight on the blue side, and the working class is on the red side. This is not, you know, this is a development that is happening.
But Trump is now up by nearly 3 points in Pennsylvania.
Right now at 10:36 p.m. Who do you want to vote? Right now, I want to be Donald Trump because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%. The same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points.
No.
Than he had last time. That's what he needs to vote Pennsylvania.
I don't think the Democrats can really complain right now about the electoral college because Trump is winning the. I haven't seen the numbers in a little while, but I'm assuming Trump's still winning the popular vote. So
I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning one or more of those states. We've got more information.
49.2 to 49, 50 to 48. Trump is up 1.5 point. Trump is up by 1.5 points in Wisconsin, nearly 3 points in Pennsylvania, 2.9 there.
Early on, questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should.
And then a 0.1 difference. Like around 1.5K votes. And then, wow, in Michigan. Michigan is tight.
Because Biden was really collapsing. She's getting the Democratic constituency. This is
Is he already at 211?
Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America. But I think she ran a good race.
I'm assuming they just gave Trump Iowa.
We're comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers.
I think they just gave Trump Iowa. He's at 211 now. Here we go. Yeah. Trump wins Iowa. 211 to 117. I won't record here. I probably won't record too much more or share screen too much more.
Anyway, it got a lot of attention. It was an attention-getting poll.
The poll that showed Kamala. I was watching. I watched the Press Ginger on YouTube, and he was saying that he projected Iowa to Democrats or to Kamala, and he's like, "Yeah, no, I'm just kidding." Nearly 100 electoral vote difference right now. I think Trump can hit 300. Let's see. Idaho. I'm giving New Mexico. He's at 231 with Idaho, Arizona, New Mexico. We'll give him Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We'll give him Georgia, North Carolina. Nearly 300. I don't think he wins.
She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think if you look back, and this is a big.
He wins here.
We talked about it. I think in the last second we talked a little bit about the politics.
Wins here, 299. Could win here.
I think 3 things, and you said one of them.
If he wins Michigan, he'll and then yeah. So I see him at like. I'm gonna see over 300 for sure.
Still a little early in the evening. I agree with Mark. It's still a little pull one way, but if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight. If you want to win the campaign, so she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so. If we're thinking correctly about Wisconsin, but it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth? Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry. That's okay. Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia. Okay, I'll give you a little run up the Atlantic coast here. Okay, this is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote?
and what's going to come in. Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to those two here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too.
All right, thank you.
We'll see how that shakes out.
Oh, JT, how are we feeling? How are we feeling right now?
Pretty good right now. North Carolina and Georgia.
Big deal. Kate, how are you feeling? Fair enough. We'd like to hear it. All right. How are you feeling? How are you feeling right now? Well, I think that the election is getting people elected. I'm not sure we elect this game people elected.
I hope so. It looks like Trump might win. Hopeful. And then hope that he does. I think if Harris wins, it's slightly devastating for the nation. I think that it is kind of gay, not gonna lie.
He said it. He said it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Ladies, how are you feeling about the election? How are we feeling now? Are we excited, nervous? Don't care. Don't care, excited. Okay. All right, sounds good. Who else is here? How are we feeling about the election right now? You're on the spot.
Well, at the moment, I like where it's going so far. God really knows how it's going to turn out.
Okay, thank you. Big time election right now. How about you? Fellas, how are we feeling right now? Hey, big election.
I don't know if you go
Trump! Harris, yeah? Yes. Are we nervous? Trump gonna sweep?
Not really.
Here's what we're thinking right now.
I'm watching it live right now. If you guys are wondering, I'm just watching it live from a guy that I have class at school with. So.
How are you feeling right now? I mean,
Bro's wearing 2 ties. Oh my gosh.
Feeling good? How are we feeling right now?
Actually good. You got a live update.
Oh, live update on the ties. Wow, that is a double-headed tie. That's good. I've never seen anything quite like that. Thanks, guys. Seems like overall people are hopeful.
Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration. That's how Trump is doing. We're going to get African Americans talk about this.
Georgia still at 88%. Trump is now up over 3 points. Okay. And we are nearly tied. Trump is in the lead in Arizona. Holy smokes. Not even 100-point lead there for Trump. Trump is up by 2.5% in North Carolina. Trump should get those calls there soon. Pennsylvania, Trump is up 2 points.
Let's get rid of the old guy and put in a 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old. That's how we get it's not how
Is Kamala 60? What?
Before they're 52, under your policies, you get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age.
Kamala is 60. I thought she would be 50s. That's wild.
Does she only have to win the blue wall just for the sake of the audience to win it? So if everything happens, he wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes. So the blue wall remains what we have.
He has one big path. Yeah, he's got two paths, but you got to get one of
Is
them.
that true, Bill? Pretty much, yeah. Because it gets her to 270 with the three. Yeah, with the three plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer, whatever you say. But just show how it happens. Just show the three. Yeah, for her, it would be Nebraska 2. Well, we got to go a long way. So just it's going to take me a while to get there. Okay, so she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right? Oh, gotcha. Boom, 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 boom. That's good. Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow! Okay, Maine, Nebraska, Hawaii. Oh yeah. Okay, so that's why I didn't want to do it because we got to go a ways. But maybe like another half hour, an hour or so. I'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona. Unless you got something else to do. Let me go ahead and reset this because there's some movement here. There's some movement here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it.
Trump now up by 0.2.
Trump has just taken a tenth of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is
Now a couple thousand. Just a moment ago, it was just 100-point lead. Now it's a couple thousand. So Trump just gained a lot of votes.
2.2 percentage points. You all vote 563,000. We're going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite. All right. Donald Trump is better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out, and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day 2024 and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just want to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14.5 points. Wow. Yeah, that's not even. Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there too. This thing could go higher. Anyway, it's a little outside the margin of error. Okay.
They're mocking that poll.
And you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis. Sure. I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there, but just no.
I voted for Trump earlier, by the way.
By 3 points in 2020. So he is in fact slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. I want to jump back in and also talk about
No, duh. She called us stupid. Nah, duh. She's underperforming. She called us stupid. What? 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 She called us stupid. That's crazy. I was only 16 when that election was going on. I'm 20 now.
Hispanic women underperforming there comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. 19 points.
Knob dip.
Interesting story developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you. Interesting stuff. Especially that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20+ gap that we're seeing, we've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters. But it's a very seismic
Which means if it comes down, as we now I think have agreed to discuss, and it does to those 3 blue wall states, meaning her chance of victory on a very narrow path, that these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are. Her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that, or even, I don't even know if in 2028, so we talk about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care
North Carolina, Trump's up over almost 3 points.
So segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team,
Georgia, he's up nearly 3 points there. That's 90% in. That should be called soon. Trump's still at 0.2 lead.
And now they'll have a chance to have a different type of
Like 2,500 there.
I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting market, everything is sort of going this way, and you sort of have
About
this
almost
feeling
2.5 point lead in Pennsylvania. 66% in, and then nearly 2 point lead with 57% in Wisconsin. We should know tonight. We should know by 1 or 2 a.m.
You know, the traditional faith-based in many ways Hispanic family.
Michigan is actually coming in really slowly.
To what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Now, gender and race, we talked about the outset would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up today.
They show up. Politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to.
All I know is it's more than likely. Oh, we just gained a vote. Whoa. All right.
And even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So you have to rethink this. And
Looks like they just called
because as we sit here tonight, Democrats have to be surprised. But what we were told over the last
Trump is now at 212. Harris is at 119. I'm assuming it's I'm assuming they got. And then he gained one here, I'm assuming.
A lot of votes to count still, and we are covering all of them for you. Our special coverage continues. We'll be right back.
How we can wait?
151 to 96 in the House.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
I'm reducing my risk. Wegovy is the only weight management that's proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke in adults with heart disease and obesity. Don't use Wegovy.
Popular vote still at 52.5, almost a 6 point lead for Trump. Nearly 6 million point lead there. 151 to 97.
swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions.
The Republicans continuing to grow their lead in the House. It's looking like the red wave is here. And then the Democrats did gain a seat, or, well, kept the seat in the Senate. They're now at 40. The red wave has definitely come.
Nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, stomach pain, flu or upset, headache, feeling tired, dizzy or bloated, gas, and heartburn. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
And I'm lowering my CV risk. Check your coverage before talking to your prescriber about Wegovy.
There are some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya provides tools that help you make the right investment and benefit choices so you can reach today's financial goals and look forward to a more confident future. Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine like Google, but it's private and doesn't spy on your searches. And DuckDuckGo lets you browse like Chrome, but it blocks cookies and creepy ads that follow you around from Google and other companies. And there's no catch. It's free. We make money from ads, but they don't follow you around. Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
Our God calls us.
The Fox News decision desk can project that in Maine, Vice President Harris will win the statewide vote. Trump will win an electoral vote in the rural 2nd district in the state of Maine.
Fox News can also project that Maine Senator Angus King will win his race. He's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. So as we look now, the Senate is ticking up. We're going to look at some interesting races in Ohio and Montana coming up.
So, yeah, so Maine is officially called.
Headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where I would imagine the mood is fairly good.
It is very good, Martha. You know, earlier this evening, a lot of folks were coming up to me and saying they're not sure if they're going to get a decision tonight. They thought it was going to take a few days, and that has completely flipped, and people are expecting there to be an answer tonight and it to be favorable for the former president. I just talked to a campaign official who tells me that over in Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is right now, watching the results come in, the move there is positive. And I'm working to confirm right now if the former president made some remarks to a crowd there and what exactly he said, but everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, plans to be with former President Trump. Back to you.
I should thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters as we continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. You know, we don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana, waiting to get a look at the Sheehy race in Montana as well. We have some new guests who have joined us on the panel that we want to get to. So
Next polls closing are at 12.
Get ready for the top of the hour. We'll make some new calls.
All first, and then we'll get right to you guys. Wow, time is going so fast.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York, and 4 West Coast states have just finished voting. The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon, adding 8 more votes to her electoral college vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. Race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go going to state by state of where they need, and they're going to see those
So obviously,
states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say we have
Trump is that with just
strong performance in the wild counties. We just have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
We shall see. California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman, Adam Schiff, will win his race against former Major League Baseball player Steve Garvey in that Senate race. And Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell will win her 5th term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power. In the Senate, 49 for Republicans. The majority is 51. They took 1 seat, 42 for the Democrats as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called. Ohio.
Democrats just won 2 Senate seats, or well, kept 2 Senate seats.
Kevin O'Leary, Jessica Tarlov, and Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprise is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these
There is the updated count with California, Washington, Oregon going to Kamala, and then Virginia going, or not Virginia. Virginia is on the screen. That's why I said Virginia. And it seems like it's going to go to Kamala, but Oregon, Washington, and California going to Kamala, and then Idaho going for Trump. 216, and then the main calls as well. 216 to 193 is updated. Total 49 to 42 in the Senate. And Trump is now at 4 points in Michigan. Gonzalez is beating Flores in the Texas House seat. Looks like the Dems are going to keep a seat there.
And this morning we were talking about North Carolina and Georgia. Again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest group.
And Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that
Trump is now up over
resurrecting it with a new coalition that
2 points, and
Republicans were going to be able to reach. That they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot.
nearly 2 point lead for Kamala in Virginia. Nearly a little over a 3 point lead in Pennsylvania for Trump with 70 of that percent in. And then a 2 point, nearly 3 point lead for Trump in North Carolina. It looks like if we get one, and oh wow, Trump is nearly up. Now it's 28%, but still, Trump is nearly up five points. Still a lot of votes to be counted there. But Michigan is coming in very slowly. 51-40. Yeah, so nearly a 3 point lead for Trump there in Georgia. Nearly a 3 point, or a little over 3 point lead.
92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party could ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody
The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, a presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. They run a process, and they miss that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing, and the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I want is entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job of getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that. We don't. But they may have to. I
would love to win and do the reboot. We can sit there. We bring you right into the party to help us do it.
Calls right here because we have a big call to make right
We
now.
do indeed. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial
Wow, Republicans just flipped another seat
in Ohio, has won
in the Senate.
Seated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip for Republicans. The party is edging closer to an outright Senate majority tonight, and there are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now, think about this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math. But as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes, sir.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage. And we're tired of being treated
So
like garbage.
the Senate's just gained a seat, or the Republicans just gained a seat in the Senate. Oh my goodness. They are now at 50, one seat away from the majority. Two flips. That's huge.
Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. When President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that ran ads that said he was, at least working with former President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway there. There were all kinds of polls, including the one we did talk about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority.
06, 12, and 18. Wow. 3 straight.
Deb Fisher in Nebraska, we're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said,
Rogers is beating. Oh wow.
I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game. But they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye on all of them as they do. It's interesting to point out, his family immigrated here from Colombia, and he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel about immigration, because he
We're looking
is
good.
very much in favor of closing the border.
His brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that.
Garrett Tenney, our reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of pieces for us on a couple of small towns, one in Ohio,
Trump?
one in Indiana, that were completely just double overnight.
Now it's early, but Trump is up pretty big in Minnesota. Something to keep an eye on. I kept saying Minnesota hates Tim Walz. People kept saying no.
Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well.
60 to 37.
I think it even helped Ted Cruz, even though I think Ted Cruz was already going
Over 100,000 point or vote lead for Trump there. We'll keep an eye on that. 14% right now in early. We'll see.
remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because there was just throw the thumbs up type election, and Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change, and I think people are reacting to that.
And once again, you have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. And sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple seconds.
Surprised by this?
That Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought, that the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Moreno was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big, big issue. These three Democrats may have run up against a challenge here they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the wall. If Ohio's 10 points and Bernie Moreno takes off Sherrod Brown, don't you, as you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. No, Brett, the answer is a resounding, unfortunate for me, yes. I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come. Not a.
I'm going to make one last point. $161 billion spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund, set on McConnell's, basically the pact to keep the Senate majority, $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
And
there.
we're one seat away from a majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours, John Tester's the Democrat John Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind, with only 6 he's down,
Just getting going a little bit there, right?
14 point, but I mean, that's in line with what has been the expectation.
Well, listen, if you look at Ohio, it's a similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan, and there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270, slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
Election night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by.
All right, so updated House score 160 to 108.
Modern home security, my tale.
Or 161, 108. My bad. And the House, or yeah, the Democrats did flip a seat. And Republicans just won another seat. Republicans are getting closer to the majority in the Senate or the House. They just picked up another seat, 163.
Jesus, we trust in you.
Edging closer. I think by the end of the night, well, maybe not by the end of the night.
Someday it's all going to be yours. I promise. The epic return of Yellowstone.
There's no peace.
But I think when this is all said and done, I think it's very obvious that the Republicans will control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And this is such an important time in this world with wars going on. I think this is the perfect time for a red wave. That's for sure. My goodness, nearly a 6 million vote difference in the popular vote. 164. Republicans are edging closer and closer.
Go to dealdash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Republicans, well, I think the Republicans will control the Senate.
Welcome back to our coverage of a big election night, and things are shifting by the moment. We are too early to call right now. The decision desk says in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as you look at these on the screen there. But you can see that Georgia, we're the lead with 90% in. As Bill talked about earlier, the Atlanta vote, we're still waiting on that, and that could be why the decision desk is holding back there. North Carolina, also 89% in, 136,000 votes. That's starting to get into territory which is tough to close depending on where that vote stands out. The big, obviously, states that we're watching are the blue wall states, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, 65% and 75% in. But again, the former president leading now, and the question is, how much of that vote showed up for Vice President Harris in the Philadelphia area, the suburbs, the Bucks County areas in Pennsylvania. We also have an update from Wisconsin.
Indeed, we do. Mike Tobin is standing by with an update. This has really been the biggest problem area that we've seen, at least so far. We're waiting for a number of these cities, Mike, but give us an update on what's going on with the machines there and what you expect.
Well, we're hearing from more of the Wisconsin election officials, and they still want to push off the idea that this was a legitimate mistake, and they have recounted these 31,000 ballots or retabulated these 31,000 ballots out of an abundance of caution. What you're looking at right now is one of the tabulation machines, and if you look at the back of the tabulation machine, you should be able to see some red stickers. Those red stickers are the seals. The seals were in place on these 13 machines. What was not engaged with the locking mechanisms on the doors there. The machines operated for hours. When a Republican observer noticed it, flagged that particular problem, the city and also the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission says that was the 31,000 ballots were run through again, as she put it, so no one could use a procedural misstep to call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission. Now, I talked with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He said the whole process is sloppy.
They've been down 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with Republican observers going, yeah, that's locked, that's properly sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why did they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they got one job to do, and they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now been counted, but the whole process has been delayed because there's 31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
Mike Tobin, thanks. Just an update from our own chat program, talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate, and they're poised to take control if they hold the rest. The House is looking like it very well could flip to the Democrats. A couple of races, Vindman in Virginia. We're not calling that, but they're looking really good. There's a few races in New York here. The Brandon Williams race to John Mannion. So Dems, essentially, we won't know until California, where a number of those seats are up. They're doing what they need to do to hit the marks to flip the House. So that could be a bright spot for Democrats tonight.
So let's go to look at some, we're going to Trace Gallagher and talk to him and his panel out on the West Coast, because we are waiting for a lot of California races, as Brett was just saying. Brett, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there on the West Coast tonight.
And we're going to pick up the last 3 hours of this coverage tonight, Martha, so we're kind of gearing up for that. It's interesting, the big news out of here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. Prop 36 is winning dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party, under Donald Trump's leadership, and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Kaylee McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, you know, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the last minute and because she was running against Trump, that voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care, that she was giving them a whole bunch of nothing. But I'm going to say, I'm from one of these swing states, from Michigan, and even in the swing states, it matters a lot where Kamala Harris stands on something like Proposition 36. Because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about...
Wow, Trump is up nearly... Michigan vote's starting to come in, and Trump is up more, or like 6% right now. in Michigan.
Against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem. And I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we see it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with. And that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime,
11:26 p.m. Eastern.
when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California.
All the polls are closed, so we're just waiting for calls at this point.
Well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this, that former prosecutor.
I'm biting y'all. I'm biting big time. Definitely. Right now we're at the point where I'll probably stay on for another hour and a half or so, and then we'll see where we're at around 1.
She should have said, I was the top cop. Yeah, 436. Maybe I see the error of my ways. You know, I see crime going in a certain direction or whatever. But instead, she does.
I want to see what other. Not MSNBC. Something about MSNBC is just. Ugh.
This is not somebody who's about law and order.
No.
Gianno, Kevin B. White, Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York, and we'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
Okay, Trace, thank you very much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in.
Let's check. Let's look in on CNN.
Not take the extra 2 or 3 hours they thought it might because of that problem with what happened with the tabulators, which, by the way, are right behind me. One of them, all 13 of them, there was an issue. A door was not locked, and so they, out of an abundance of caution, decided that they were going to rerun through the absentee ballots, 30,000 of them, but they've been able to do that, and now they're about 80,000 of 108, 325,000 that have already been processed. All right, with me now, we have Patricia Ruiz-Cantu and Douglas Haig, Republican, Democrat. Both of them are on the Milwaukee Election Commission. First of all, how are things going? And do you think we're going to find out something soon?
We will. I think things are going really well, even though we had a little hiccup. But as we united, all the workers and the parties, I think that it's extremely important that we were in the same page and that we had an agreement and everything is going well.
What did you make of this? I know Ron Johnson came out, a Republican, and was very, upset with all of this, and he was sort of making hay about it. What were your thoughts on what happened with these?
They're behind on some of these
a human error in part of it. So when it was caught, we just simply did a rerun on the.
That's interesting.
Seen the tabulators, and even probably some of the tabulators have seen it, but it was caught by one of the observers, brought it to the executive director's attention, and it was acted upon immediately. We took care of it, and yes, we anticipated much further delay than we are, but I think we're right on schedule where we anticipated to be earlier. And true, if you can see around and look at the poll workers at work.
This is live.
Democrats and Republicans working side by side, and many have been doing this for many years.
Interesting.
I'm very efficient about it, and
Interesting. The CNN has
so I think we're going to be.
Harris at just 153, Trump at 211.
I don't want to say as early as we would like, but I think it's going to be earlier than what we thought before we had the hiccup, so to speak.
Just to go through, what do you think of this, the number of voters? Are you seeing the numbers larger than in 2020? And what are you seeing now?
Actually, I'm not seeing as large as I.
So it looks like we're going to get the final count of Wisconsin after midnight. Okay, cool.
Polls earlier too. The polls were a steady, nice flow. What I did see is a high volume of same-day registrations. That would seem to be.
All right, we're going back to Fox.
All the polling sites, and not just
I got what I wanted to see there. So based via CNN, via CNN, we will get Wisconsin results. scenario. I've probably already done this scenario then, but I mean, I just want to see where Trump is. No, actually, let's give her Virginia. I think she'll win Virginia. If Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, we're gonna give him, or no, we're not gonna give her Pennsylvania. She doesn't deserve Pennsylvania. We'll give him Pennsylvania. He's at 267. He needs Nevada. He needs Nevada, and he's winning in Michigan. He's winning. What if he wins this? Wait. If he wins New Mexico, I don't think. Wait. New Mexico, Hawaii. And then we'll give her, we'll go over that. 309 to 229.
But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information.
310 to 228 is what we're looking at, I think.
What we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now, essentially saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep and we'll see you in the morning.
Reminds me of.
It's 4 years ago,
In
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else is saying, we're calling these states. So
We may. Stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
What if, instead of giving a holiday makeover to some stranger's house, you revisit your own childhood home?
Oh, wow. The name of your true love is Nick.
Read rom-com where they meet cutes. All with guys named Nick.
Aaron Krakow and Daniel Lissing, a holiday tale about
I'm confused.
part of Countdown to Christmas, only on Hallmark Channel.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices.
Wait, I'm confused. I'm not looking forward to that.
And DuckDuckGo lets you browse like Chrome, but it blocks cookies and creepy ads that follow you around from Google.
Oh, wait, there's Nebraska.
It's free. We make money from ads, but they don't follow you around. Join the millions of people taking back their privacy.
There's 2 votes that.
DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
Oh, here they are.
Watch Fox News. Stay connected at foxnews.com.
He won Nebraska. I know that much. He will win here.
Your ultimate second screen.
But I'm not sure they've called that. 216. I think we're back to where we are.
Called James Scott Fair. I'm TV's Judge Greg Mathis. And if you think the insurance company is playing games, you're probably right. You need someone.
I want to watch NBC, but they're at 11. But they may be coming back to where.
Live as it unfolds. We are the station in your community.
We are WYFF News 4.
Batteries Plus has the national scale for all your power needs. Power on with Batteries Plus Business.
Your trusted connection for local news. WYFF News 4.
It is just past 11:30 here in the East. Welcome back to those viewers rejoining us on this exciting night. I'm Lester Holt.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie, glad you're along with us. This is NBC's election night coverage, and we've started to fill in that map, but those all-important 7 battlegrounds still in gray. We have not called them yet. We've been getting minute-by-minute projections, all leading up to this road to 270, which is the magic number needed to win the White House. So let's go through some of the boards here. This is Pennsylvania at this hour. 79% of the vote in, too close to call. We've talked a lot about the different counties and whether there's enough for Kamala Harris to make up where she's lost in some of the rural areas. Let's go to Michigan, too close to call there as well, but a lot more votes to be counted. In Wisconsin, let's see how much we've got there. About 2/3 of the vote or so, too close to call. In Georgia, we're getting close to a close there, but they do count their votes fast there, but and it's 91% in, but we will see what happens. Too close to call. North Carolina, too early to call. We will wait and see what happens there, but again, starting to see 88% of the vote coming in there. Let's go out west. Arizona, too early to call. Polls closed about 2.5 hours ago there. Looks like we have a projected winner. This just came in right now. Okay, North Carolina, Donald Trump is the projected winner. You see the margin.
NBC just projected North Carolina to Trump.
Donald Trump improved on his margin by back of the envelope math, 50,000 votes there in North Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the Kamala Harris campaign. They had hoped that if North Carolina could be clawed back into the blue column, perhaps that would open up other paths for them out west, the Sun Belt path. It is looking like blue wall or bust. That is where it stands right now. 172 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the lead right now.
Let's go to Tom right now and talk about now what this does to Kamala Harris's paths to victory.
Yeah, let's show you real quick how Trump wins, right? How we project that he wins. Robinson right now, 64.9%, 30% in. You can see how Trump's overperforming here. As we go along these rural counties, you can see Trump's numbers are increasing. 63 4 years ago, 66 tonight.
Kamala Harris campaign message. And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election.
Kamala has closed in on the count a little bit, a little under 5 million in the popular vote.
The Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to
and fascist.
implement democracy essentially, is running ahead.
I forgot they called us fascist. Yeah, pretty much the same thing as Hitler. Un-American's the worst. Actually, no. Garbage is the worst.
You can't just argue with someone your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have.
They're getting ready to call
At this point,
North Carolina soon. They should be getting ready to call North Carolina soon.
Votes. It's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270. One of the interesting things that strikes me as
The Democrat media
was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kaylee,
I mean, Fox has given Harris more than the Democrat Party has, or than NBC, CNN, all them. So that's interesting to me. That is 20 more ahead.
people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so.
North Carolina 16, so we're going to be at 232 here for Trump. I would say probably by 2, or we should know. I probably once we'll see.
Kamala Harris came on the scene and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up recovering. She doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that's the thing over there. Comes to mind I called today. He had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime,
It is a 5-point lead now in Michigan. Nearly a 3-point lead in Georgia. 91% in.
For years we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration, the Americans are not suffering. That inflation, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it, even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being high, but their essential argument was Donald Trump is is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not gonna detail what our policy plans
I'm gonna need. I'm gonna get to school early tomorrow. We'll be like popping coffee, like 3 coffees in the morning. No, I'm kidding. I'll probably get a coffee.
And the Harris campaign does not have an answer for those folks outside of what they tried to.
I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy.
I think they're getting ready to announce it here. At least North Carolina. I don't know about Georgia. That's surprising though.
No way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes from Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those
Trump headquarters,
well, I don't think a lot of
you can tell are starting to feel it.
much the voter you described without much enthusiasm for him, but in definitely thinking it was a better deal back then than they were getting from this administration. They've gotten from this administration.
Virginia, yeah. I think Virginia's lost cause for Trump. We don't need it though.
We've said it before, Dana, about what former
They
President
just
Trump
gave
has
him
faced.
5. They just gave her
If you
5
look at
points.
What they call lawfare and what he faced in Manhattan.
Where could that be?
Faces a sentencing at the end of
New Mexico?
Judge Marchand there
Oh, maybe Hawaii.
is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James.
Maybe Hawaii, and then maybe this Nebraska
That's
district
who decided with Donald Trump.
or New Mexico.
That either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically.
They're also getting ready to call North Carolina. There it is. So Trump, yeah. They're getting ready to call North Carolina. You could tell that the decision desk, and then their calls. The decision desk is putting it in the numbers on the screen, and then they're getting ready to call it. So.
One of those things that you think of all that he withstood, but it's also this result of these states that are coming in so far of what they did, right? And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtrooms all day.
I'm assuming it's going to be. Oh wow, it could be Georgia too.
And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, etc.
It's either North Carolina or Georgia. I'm assuming North Carolina because. Yeah, here we go.
Like you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of the campaign.
Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will
North
win
Carolina.
the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris went there many, many times. A Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina who saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks to campaign. The campaign always felt position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So
232 to 198. Trump is getting ever so close. What does he need? We'll give him Georgia. No.
Peter Ducey is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris.
We'll give him Pennsylvania, and then he needs Alaska.
Start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results coming on TV, but we have been here outside, and we've been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, you can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states, and something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign
They just gave Harris
pretty broad
more
and
electoral
just,
votes.
something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall
She's now-
was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they've got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told them just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Introducing live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can predict that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was, sir, it was a state that the Trump team said be able to expand the map, but he did better. He did in the prior election. This has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source of the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she's not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett.
It's starting to settle in. Trump is going to win this election. He'll be the 47th president of the United States. That's not surprising. I mean, you give him Georgia. You give him Georgia. You give him Pennsylvania. He doesn't need. He needs Alaska. He doesn't need Arizona or Nevada. Kamala. Now, this is not going to happen. Kamala could win Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, Hawaii. And then he wins Alaska. He doesn't need Arizona. He doesn't need Nevada. He doesn't need Wisconsin. He just really needs Georgia, Pennsylvania, and then Alaska. That's all he needs. This race is over. JD Vance. I'm happy that he's going to be our president or vice president.
Is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American.
I think he's done that. I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation of what the definition of protecting democracy is. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, saying there's all this lawfare. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidates at the time.
I'm not surprised to see.
We don't control the coalition.
Brett Baer wrote a great piece at Fox.com called about unity and about what happens when these races. This is one of the most divisive races in years of life. My only point is, it will be time till never wins, and if it's President Trump, it looks like it might be able to move forward.
Okay, here's what could happen. Let's look here. 292 with the blue wall, and then Georgia 11. He gets. House Definitely not president.
Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a Republican pulling this out, and that means because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority, but we don't know the final number.
We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race.
So they just called the Senate race.
Which is one that I think a lot of
The Republicans have gained the Senate.
So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate. But right now, a 51-seat majority for the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California, but this is a big deal, Rick Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good.
Republicans gained Senate control. Massive news here. I think that was inevitable. That was inevitable. They're getting ready to flip another seat too, so they could get.
Again, and if President Trump wins the presidency, another way to say he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent
There's what?
very strategically.
7 seats
and they
left?
had to help with $3 million.
Yeah.
The last minute to help them.
They could get 58. I don't think they're going to get 58. I think they're going to win. I think they're going to get.
From a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
And they just gave Harris another whatever it's called.
In the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. We don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This league could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assessed the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which is looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration.
Now I don't know what the final number will be. I don't know if we're going to get the final number for both the Senate.
The word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends.
As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hobby with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9. Now, these races, they fall in the same category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues, energy. All of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and DC states has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if this continues, well, we know now that there's a majority, so at least in the short term, this needs to happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers. As the race for 270 continues, more results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up? You'll have to come back.
Putin's army has unleashed unthinkable evil since invading Ukraine, torturing prisoners, destroying churches, and burning Bibles, kidnapping thousands of Ukrainian children and
Yeah, people are saying what? Democrats have flipped another seat, 170 to 125. It's still unclear. What did they give? What did they give her? One of the has to be one of the districts because there's only one electoral vote. Oh wait, I do need to update that. No, I forgot to update.
We're waiting for these big battleground states.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in. As you take a look at this board, you can also look out in Arizona where it is very tight early. It's about half in. Georgia now seems like it's getting close to being baked here. 93%, 50.8, 83% in Pennsylvania. Bill, you want to chat about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we can here. What I set up for you, Brett, is what that's all about, right? How do you get to 270? And if you punch around the map and just see the margin, I'm just going to do something. Okay, I'm not getting ahead of anything here. Right now, if you were to call this in this thing, right, you know, Harris at 216, Trump at 232, and you know, I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Come back. It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha State has voted for the Democrat in every election since 1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News Decision Desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a 3rd term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43.
Wait, what? I'm so confused.
There could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay, so rudely interrupted Bill Hemmer by midnight, taking down. Go ahead.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay? Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. Still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment. See where that
Something's off here.
If you were to hang on to Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan, okay? If it stays that way, it's his. And he's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would have run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts slow. So
Oh, yeah, there it is. I found it.
It would be 303. So that's where we are. We can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia's not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up a 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys. A lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona, the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is. 0.4 percentage points Trump lead. In Arizona, you got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call. So that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here. Something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does, right? Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now. I mean, if it happens, he can do it, but based on how it calls.
It happened. It would look something like
It's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be, then he would be in landslide territory.
No,
Yes. He ends up taking all
and of course, that's how the electoral college is designed, to take small margins from the electoral college to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if. The blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side, and there's a lot of stuff happening. Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting move here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was in Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say, I hear they say that.
Do they do that?
And they do,
They
okay.
did say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the campaign and close to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad. Those 3 sources believe that her path is growing so much that it would be difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed. Even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, can you update that? And they said, just as Jenna Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we're speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform really coming in is not showing that that's or possible.
We're close. I think we'll get it. I think we should know by 1 or 2. That's why I'm staying up. If I felt like we weren't close, I don't think we may need him in Michigan. I mean, he's what, 38 away? 16 is half, so 48, so 22. And then he just needs 3, which is Alaska. When does Alaska close?
Maybe give them everyone waiting sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular quarterly lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside. Yes.
People aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. I think we can see them in the big camera.
Said some of the people have trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but there's this big gap in the grass over there. This was filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are a couple different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night the reason that there were 2 stages is because there was a remote location with a studio where Harris could potentially go and potentially pipe video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled and needed to go into another day. But it doesn't sound like that it's going to be utilized tonight because we're hearing word that she could be coming here to say something. But how much is going to be around for? We also don't know who this. Go ahead.
No, we hear new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that. If I could make that transition.
Really well done.
Didn't really work. Sorry about that. Let's bring our panel. Mark Thiessen, Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the chain to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, Mark, you haven't been on. What's the thing?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination attempt, we were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states. And the
Call should be coming soon.
And he said,
I would assume Georgia,
or maybe a lot.
which would be 48, which means he's 22 away.
If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent, he's a once-in-a-century talent politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason why they launched this campaign of lawfare against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave great political miscalculation.
Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration he felt was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept.
I'm watching that the count because it's gonna go up soon. It's gonna go up soon. He said a few minutes, so we'll see. I probably will go through one, maybe a little bit more than that.
What kind of country we're going to be, whether or not you're going to have to follow the rules. I mean, to take the oath of citizenship, the law is used 6 times.
About a little over 100,000 votes in Wisconsin. That's of the difference. A couple 100,000 in Pennsylvania. That could be. He's what, 3 away with Georgia and Pennsylvania. He's what, 3 away? Yeah, no, there it is. He doesn't even need Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, Nevada. He just needs Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Alaska. That's where he really needs it right now.
Rogers is up. Eric Huffey is up. I mean, it could be a 54-55, which means Trump gets his cabinet. I mean, some of the folks we heard for his cabinet might not could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you think in this environment, that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been on the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. You've been projecting.
I think JD Vance is in Florida, Mar-a-Lago.
And really, just a 53 seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia.
Line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line.
And this is a time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is a decisive victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. And the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this. Is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of the districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, the ones that cited him in commercials may also.
Still no movement yet in the count.
Biden Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just spearhead how Donald Trump was the expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration. The other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. Mm-hmm. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Yeah, and I wonder, and Kellyanne might want to jump onto this as well, but
when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at, now for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue. If you're a single issue voter, but if you looked at all of the polls, it said it was down below. It wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, abortion, foreign policy, etc. So I think that worked very well for them in 2022. Did not do as well in presidential election.
Right, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican.
Yeah, Madison Square Garden. That was huge.
This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that.
Trump, this was the greatest campaign of all time. And this could be a movie. Eventually, this election could become a movie.
All the false stories are written about Trump while he was president, and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people who were hurling around like Nazi and authoritarian and all this. People in the end buy it. I'll also say this.
Iowa is currently at 14. Well, 14.8. Or 13.8. That's interesting. I hope it at 90%. I would like to maybe see 15 there, but
related to issues that you mentioned, Dana, I think is that they had a candidate who really couldn't vote off.
Right.
You know, she didn't have anything to say. Brett, I mean, you did an interview with her, and
I need to focus on what Minnesota is because they haven't called Minnesota yet.
about when she first figured out Biden wasn't all there.
Trump is up nearly 15, and Kansas was just 85.
And I wonder what
Nearly 30 points,
Nancy Pelosi is thinking
or over 30 points.
over to Biden's residence and said, look, this is over. And Joe Biden is the reason that Kamala Harris is the candidate, because in one posting on social media, he dropped out. In the next one, he said, she's your person. And all talk of a mini primaries is all right then. Harold, your thoughts on that?
So again, we don't have to declare any of this, and we want to be careful. This is heading in a certain direction.
I'm looking at Minnesota. Not much talk about Minnesota, and I don't think there should be because I don't think Minnesota really matters right now.
Legislation you'd like to get passed. And she punted the question, said she just wanted to be.
Maryland, 59-37. Yeah, about 500,000. Yeah. Also, Brooks State also get in nearly 150,000, or a little over 150,000 there.
If it looks like what's going to happen happens, I do hope everybody can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. Not heard my friend Mark talk about the 1892 reference. You're likely very.
Dang it, Deaton. Dang it, Deaton. I don't care. I'm mainly focusing on Minnesota. Michigan. Okay, here we go. Michigan 52, nearly a 7-point lead, a 6-point lead right now for Trump. Nearly 7. A little under 200,000.
We'll see what happens with the House, but again, we haven't declared anything.
No, we haven't. But Bill Hammer, we're waiting on Georgia, right?
Waiting on a lot of things.
And we're waiting on Pennsylvania, we're waiting on Wisconsin, we're waiting on Michigan. But why Georgia?
Let me pop on down there. A nice little pretty map set up for you guys.
Popular vote, nearly 4 million.
So here's Georgia. All right. And here's the remaining vote. And what I see is a lot of the vote in Atlanta is the Atlanta metro area is in, but there's fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham, Savannah. It's not a small county, 5 out of 159. It's got about a third of the votes still remaining as well. we're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but.
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just want to
Yeah,
check
no, it's
in.
okay. No, when I was poking around here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, you know, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural in the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. Only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the southwest while I got you guys. And let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it will be processed. It's going to take a while too. But look, if you ask this question to the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania are still outstanding as of now.
But a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make, and the data that's coming in. The biggest ones, obviously, that our coverage continues. Next.
Notice for my hair after hiding it for so many years.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
NBC News election coverage across every platform.
Welcome back. If you have stepped away or heard parts of the conversation, know that this race is not over. This is the road to 270. That, of course, the magic number. Donald Trump right now leading with 230, Harris with 189. All right, here's what we have from the state of Nevada. It's 6 electoral votes. It's too early to call. That's NBC News characterization of the race. You can see Donald Trump appears to be well out in front right now, but again, too close to call. Georgia, that is also too close to call. A 118,000 vote difference. Let's look at the other battleground. Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play. Too close to call. Donald Trump with a narrow lead of Kamala Harris as we continue to watch this one unfold.
Let's zoom in on Michigan with Tom Yamas. What you got?
Hey guys, okay, so we have now more than 50% of the vote is in Michigan, as you mentioned, Lester, 15 electoral votes. This was Biden's largest margin of victory in 2020 when it came to the battleground states. Almost the whole game is Wayne County, Detroit, not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but 68%. Tonight, right now, Harris, at this point in time, is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of two suburbs in Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally, or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburb of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still about 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County. Now, this is a little more middle class, a little more working class.
They have NBC hasn't called the Senate, but
53%. There's only about a third of the vote. He's at 57.
Eventually they're going to call the Senate.
Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held the rally last night, and or I should say yes on Monday. Sorry, I'm getting my days confused here. Biden was at 52. She's overperforming there. That's good news for the Democrats. I also want to talk about Washtenaw. This is the University of Michigan
Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats have to do very well here. Biden 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now with almost three quarters of the vote in. Ingham County, again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is. Half the vote is in. Biden was at 65. Harris is at 56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now.
Tired.
Trump's at 66%.
Probably got at least another hour and a half or so.
Again, the story of Trump overperforming in those rural counties, we're seeing as well in Michigan. Still a lot of the vote is out, though. Look, we still need half the vote to come in. A lot of that's going to be Detroit, as we know. I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote in. I don't want to draw anything from there.
NBC has 183 to 153 in the House.
Michelle Obama appears only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend lines we've been seeing in the other states, we're sort of seeing in Michigan as well. But again, I don't want to draw too much from that because there's a lot of that vote that's out.
So interesting to see you do those university towns because
It's shocking.
Well,
Yeah.
because there was a lot of turnout and Democrats early in the day were kind of giddy about that, but I think this might be a function of what we've been seeing, which
Right.
is young men turning out for Donald Trump and maybe skewing what you normally would expect from a city town.
And something we haven't mentioned just yet, because so much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn. That makes up Wayne County, that Arab American Muslim vote. We're talking about more than 200,000 voters there. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is, what happens? Do they not show up? Do they vote for their party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay, Tom, hang tight there. We're going to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC's Jesse Kirsch on duty there. Hey, Jesse.
And
Hey, Savannah, I know we're wondering when we're going to have those votes from Wayne County.
we're going to go back to Fox.
At 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Correct, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years because the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet. There's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now. And I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision. And ultimately, they came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated voting base here. And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. By the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so. So we'll see where that stands.
We're going to look at that and see where it's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so do the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like...
There's 2 million people in Tennessee and Nashville. That makes sense.
Every call you make, this crowd erupts. And when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making. And it's been fascinating to watch the energy.
Let's stand up for a second. Oh.
In favor of Trump winning. We've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night.
They haven't done all the voters' voices in a while.
And on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching. This may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living room.
I'm gonna say I don't know if I'm gonna stay up for the whole Trump speech. I might stay up for some of it if he does speak tonight, which he probably will.
Thank you. We have some good music down there.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but something. Let's bring in our band. Welcome back, Carl Rowe, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in the state, and we know that this issue. And so we're looking
86% in.
Responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor
About 200,000
in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2-1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan? White Catholics. Really interesting. He is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24 points.
Oh, wow.
That's a big difference in Michigan.
Difference.
That is a big difference.
I wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She made me wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue.
Well, and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough. I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden.
The graphics look a lot better now than 2016 and even 2020.
You are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls. And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging
Still no movement in the
what board do you have for us now?
count.
There you go.
Where we
Same
began,
one.
it all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania that goes for Trump will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit of change. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all 4 of the
What's the Minnesota count? I still haven't had any.
as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition.
Arizona is still at 0.8 for Trump.
Ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America. Increasingly,
Can we get the Minnesota count? Because I know it was close last time.
And he's meant to get
I'm not saying Trump's gonna win. I just don't know.
class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNDA on Pennsylvania and the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down there about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
And so there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this, but we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. If they think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was, some conversation over how much of the remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. 2 things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore?
And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through Charity, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right, where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be, or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner. So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country is going in the wrong direction. And she represents the party in power.
Less than 100,000 votes.
It's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given that the administration. Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better?
Like, I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britta and Carl have made the point. I think three things I would say is that I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, if we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in a country where the cultural issues.
Trump is continuing to add on to his lead in Michigan.
And you see the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue
And it's still at 50.
Was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant, and what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father with a son and a daughter. What it means if little boys are playing.
He doesn't need Arizona. He really doesn't need Wisconsin. All he really needs is Trump, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Alaska, which he's going to get.
I think will be good for the party if it continues where it is this evening.
Will he hit 300 though? Is the question.
For a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive, and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before. It's quite something. It's just startling, really.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take excuses and Democrats. It's serious basis. Sometimes that language cleanse is made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania. Bill, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry they were talking to me. Go ahead.
How come I always talk to you when they're talking to me? It comes to a lot to be said over here. All right, we're still looking at, but yeah, we're also looking at the national popular vote.
Yeah,
which he's currently leading.
yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia. That's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. It's just shy of 18. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's almost 21. Okay, so hold on that moment here, okay? There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. The things I want to show you right now. Now, we talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Gotta retire that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin, wind out there a minute. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Center County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania. Center County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, etc. That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys. Okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond and Harris Walsh campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Walsh party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Littlehammer, seeing some
Up over
movement.
6 points, yeah, up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math, and you think of like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County,
Michigan's going to be Trump. Georgia's going to be Trump. Trump's going to win. I think they know that.
Right now, in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there, and we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia.
But you think that
You don't think about Michigan necessarily.
really, yes.
Donald Trump wanted to win.
What if she doesn't?
There's a reason why they started this tradition in 2016.
What if she doesn't certify the election?
Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, wow. Yeah, Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. Was it? Right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it will stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, or sorry, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids, is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, went in by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again, just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher, 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party that takes the White House that year.
1988. That is how old.
I think we're getting ready for a
I
call.
think we are too. Are we?
We have a call.
Can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President
Georgia goes to Trump. Finally, Trump has been called for Georgia.
If you think about Georgia, loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia would stay.
We had a difficult
248 to 216 now.
4 years ago after losing Georgia.
There's no reason right now to show the map.
Later special elections, that didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, have this redemption in Georgia.
So now we are at electoral college vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Carl Rove. Darren, I got you out here. We're going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You got to put Georgia in the nigger town for you there.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think this is an election. Because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seem win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these, swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall.
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talk about Michigan in particular as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill showed the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these top five states have been within a point or two. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but...
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. The lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is we think why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of drove. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan seems to be counting there like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have an update in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this in the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
There it is. Did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas. But the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
I mean, we've got the brain here. Anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you see in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos.
Glory be to
that
God.
ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, that's an awfully tough night for Democrats to win an election.
Pennsylvania is.
There's some reporting that
That's
Pennsylvania's
at 85% chance now, guys.
I think it was on sort of the knife's edge. I don't know if Phil's got the latest.
Come on, Charlie, let's do it. We there yet?
Donald Trump just last week.
Went back to the Trump team right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date. He leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99% out. How much is
Yeah.
99% in or 90? What did you
90, statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch. All the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, you know, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Peter Wright? And I went to the campaign, I said, what's going on there?
I don't. Right now, I mean, Trump just won Arizona or Georgia. I don't. Trump wins Georgia.
And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, but we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in the conversation with y'all. But that
I think we're close to Alaska. I think Alaska is going to come in at some point, and then all he needs is Pennsylvania.
In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer
All right, I'll be right back.
to the magic number than she was. So it's what you call the phone strategy. Or
For the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously waiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Thank you very much. We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexander.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting their results tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia. And there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they Philadelphia by simply a punch into the margins that Democrats need. And here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If we were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking the state, guys. Right, Martha?
Thank you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I'm now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Oh my gosh! It was 0.3 of a point. All right, and now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance. So we just get some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, this is the number, right? Past the 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number of 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there. So now reporting here. In Michigan, you know, the blue wall 6.3. So that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhere maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, maybe we get some more numbers in. You got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that? Just keep going. Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that are deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better. 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, it's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close. But Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more votes to come in. But Nevada is looking good too. Now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York Times Needle is now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's that?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown Watch Party before the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown Watch Party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours, but Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour, and if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown Watch Party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing is House elections as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
Where do you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you think?
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 2nd and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. You did an extraordinary job. Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California has just been now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where they're. Arizona, we've got a couple of incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, and this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump, but it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America's going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood, as we pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that, for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals, and no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there is even recrimination now among Democrats as to why Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led a insurrection against the United States government.
She's not black.
Actually now, like a thing is going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, one, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought there was really an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I don't know.
Exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right, so I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a riot in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we
That's
talked a lot about that.
that's why I said that. That's all I got to
The
understand
campaign,
clearly.
the
I'm not
campaign,
trying to hype it.
the campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan, is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No,
I
see,
care
that's
about-
where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman. Or I'm not voting for this black
I don't know. That's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? A moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only
She's not black.
did the strategy work, and the Bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the Bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentage.
All right, Carl.
One.
Weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with one. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said: if Trump wins, he said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from them. I think that's the reason he won. No, I think the reason he won is you look at that Bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
I mean, Carl, I think he's trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
But you know what? I think that the Bro
Hispanics and black males.
Yeah. Well, it's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of
Look. I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues. An economy in which they think they take a short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments. But
No,
let me just say,
This is entertaining.
Hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
You suggested it's only
I'm saying to you that in terms of this Bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just say, you know what, I get into, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they like Trump's image.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it. He offered to make their life better.
I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work? Did the gender gap with women work? Did black women, white women, Hispanic? We still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things. But I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right. More to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
This is where it's like,
Lawrence, Steve, Ainsley, and Ryan bring us all the latest after Election Day on a special Bucks and Friends.
This is our legacy. I won't let anyone take it.
The epic return of Yellowstone.
I can see it now. I know what to do.
There is no morality.
This is war.
We fight here, or we die here.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. It's been pretty fun so far.
Yellowstone. Watch on Paramount Network this week.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitor. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa, I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com.
183 to 154. Republicans are getting closer.
I don't want to wait or have surgery for my Dupuytren's contraction. I want a non-surgical treatment.
And if non-surgical treatment isn't offered,
I'll get a second opinion.
Take charge of your treatment. If you can't lay your hand flat, visit findahandspecialist.com to get started.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age. It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your call, nothing can stop you from answering it. Right now during Ram Power Days, get $4,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. Don't miss Ram Power Days. Hurry in today.
Enjoy your risk-free trial. Hello? Can you hear me?
You sure can. Everybody hear me? Sure can.
Do you hear me?
I sure can.
So, can you hear well?
Sure can.
Hear well, feel well. From your first appointment, try our new nearly invisible solution risk-free. Call 1-800-234-7090 now.
All right, we are back, and that is the jubilant scene. Everybody seems pretty happy at Trump headquarters, and what we're seeing is movement from the Mar-a-Lago Trump group, including former President Trump, who is in a very good position to be the next president this evening, as well as heading over to the Trump headquarters, where there are a few thousand people who have gathered for this evening. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Obviously, if he shows up there, we will take you there live.
Well, those guys had two Make America Great hats on.
I saw someone with a really large one. Yeah.
As we look now at what we have, Pennsylvania. Is this a call, ladies and gentlemen? We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania. Former President Donald J. Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and thereby he is on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States.
Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania.
For Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in 1892.
Can she even get to 270 here? Obviously she can, but
Two impeachments, two assassination attempts. They have indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president. And his tenacity in go back and run again, which he announced immediately after a historic moment in the United States of America. As
he needs one state. He literally needs one state.
with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270, as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path for Hume for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "We don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor, he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man that was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had.
This is truly historic.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they called every name.
Oh, it feels good. It feels good. Trump is expected to speak. I was just waiting. I kind of figured we'd probably get something soon, and that's what we got. I kind of figured that was probably going to be what we got.
There's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as I said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign. He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold. And it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say, this never happened in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's the single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from it. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about it in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, he didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed, I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurd, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And, the revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer it doesn't stand for a lot of things that it stood for before. He's made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party.
I'm happy because this country is going to be protected. I think Trump is going to do a really, really good job with this country.
With this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever.
Wait, I'm curious. I'm curious. 20.
It's truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat, to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022. Which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments and all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th. And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there's a lot of parallels to 1980, when you look at Jimmy Carter. We had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president. We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
I love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years. And in a way, reset. We talked about this earlier, but you saved entrepreneurship. You saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to.
I got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it's everywhere. And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone. If you can't take a position to be with them.
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way.
Right.
When you were in office.
So not wanting to take the
2028 is going to be weird.
It's a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
You're not going to have Trump there.
In 2020, why didn't your own party say you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same
and then she flexed out of there.
Hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020. Hit her in 2024. I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
So, Carol, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains.
The Democrats knew that they were going to lose this. I'm muting because I'm just waiting for the official announcement, and then I'll probably end the stream there. But I mean, I'm gonna just speak right now. The Democrats knew. You look back, you think back to the funeral of Ethel or what? And you see Joe Biden and Obama. Looks like they just projected. Looks like they're getting ready to project Minnesota to Kamala, which is not surprising. I mean, she was in the lead. 267 to 226, but that might be all that she will win. That might be it for her. But no. Anyway, I mean, that doesn't really matter. We thought Minnesota was going to go to her anyway. I didn't think it was going to be given. They haven't stated officially that they project it, but the count is up to 226 for Kamala. So I probably won't be live too much longer. I'm hoping by 2 the stream will end. Because I'm going to celebrate a little bit once this ends, and then I'll be probably headed to bed. They call Alaska. Shoot. I'll probably still watch the rest of this, but I'm probably going to be laying down. So once they call this, I'll end the stream. But again, going back to you could tell that they thought that this election was over, and Donald Trump will be in office again, back where he should be, and Kamala, you're fired. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I mean, it's over. It's over. Yeah. Just gotta see that count to go up. I'm assuming we're getting ready to get it at some point. I'm hoping before 2. So I can get a little bit of sleep tonight. And tomorrow I'm gonna be drinking. I'm gonna get probably 3 cups of large coffee tomorrow at school. Yeah, they're getting ready to call it for Minnesota, which is not surprising.
Which we expect you will fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska's going to be Republican, but we're not done. As far as calling states, there could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk count now project that Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More democracy.
$312 to $226. That's where I was expecting. That's what it looks like it's going to be. $312 to $226. Just waiting for that Alaska, and then I'll be done once they call it. 186 to 160. Democrats are gaining. They did flip another seat.
It can cause serious allergic reactions, like trouble breathing, and decrease in blood pressure, leading to fainting and allergic reactions, such as rashes, swelling under the skin, shortness of breath, and hives. The most common side effects are respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
What was it last time? Yeah, the Democrats are definitely gaining.
Talk to your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for GMG and picture your life
45.
in motion.
Sounded 20.
I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name.
The crime of title theft. What is that?
What that means is that a criminal, they're able to steal the title to your home, typically by transferring it to another person and then selling or borrowing money against the house. So it could be 6 months later they start getting foreclosed on. The thing about home title lock is that never has to happen.
Why is that?
They notify you when there's any change to your title, and you're able to hopefully catch the thief in the middle of this whole process. And even if the title has been transferred out of your name,
What was my projection? It was around that. I actually was probably more beneficiary to Kamala Harris. I don't think I had.
It's scary, but now there's a way to protect yourself. Give us a
I think I had actually the blue all split.
And start your triple lock title protection today.
Sunday on Fox. Catch on special veterans and free
Yeah, Trump is still to that 4 million vote. Trump is really holding strong there in the popular vote.
Just hurry.
Must be delicious.
Delectables, lickable treat.
Deliciously delectable delectables.
It is a very big night, and they are about to explode at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. You see thousands of people waiting, and we are about to hear from the next president of the United States. He will be 45 and 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room. We'll take you there, obviously, as soon as that gets underway. In the meantime, Grady Trimble is in Michigan. Let's get a quick update just outside of Detroit. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, people were getting a little bit tired here, but then the call for Pennsylvania was like a jolt of electricity through this room at the Michigan GOP watch party. And the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio. They're stuck dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin, leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when you came into election.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of the story. Hopefully, we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well. And that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you.
Huge deal in Pennsylvania here. Pennsylvania is up. Michigan, we're up. And Wisconsin, we're all up, almost by the same. We have the Senate, baby. This is a big deal.
Consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump. And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start.
Just give us Alaska. I wonder if there's any other. Wonder what NBC has right now. $195 to $167 for the House. Okay. Oh, here we go.
They're just underperforming. Peter, I'll ask you to stand by right now. We have another call in Nebraska in the split electoral votes. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win 4 of the 5. There's the difference. This is District 3. Donald Trump, the projected winner. And you can see 58% of the vote is in there.
And District 2 remains outstanding. That's the one with Omaha, this adjacent district that usually goes blue and is expected to tonight as well. I think we await District 2. I think we just saw that.
And you can see Donald Trump drawing closer to the magic 270 that would put him over the top and hand in the White House once more.
When we wait his comments, stay with us. NBC News election night coverage continues right after this short break.
Advice is free to families, not just free, invaluable. Our advisor gave us options based on our needs and budget.
Yeah, they're not budging on Pennsylvania.
Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for. Sling lets you do that. I wish
young student said, for me,
there it is.
Also is mass surprise.
Younger voters, Jody Armour, you're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers? The young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes.
There it is. Yep.
According to the prevailing.
They're projecting.
President.
Is collective punishment is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. So
they just projected Wisconsin, it looks like,
enthusiastic. Yeah, and I'm not going to get out.
to Trump.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory. Oh, we got to get back. Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming up. Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 40th president of the United States.
There it is, baby.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history.
147. Before 2, okay.
The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration and
wait, I don't know if I can do it with the boot on. I can't do it. Yeah.
Particularly with men.
I can't do it. I tried. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign.
Thank you, Lord.
Just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Britt Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term as president. I don't know why he was new to this realm that he'd come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts.
an unlikely come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time, and that's due to former President, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for
I tried. Oh.
And he said, we are a party of all races.
I have mentioned before that I am a Christian, baptized, member of a church.
Oh, Kayla's right.
And one thing I did this morning on my way to school, because I'm in college right now, pray that the Lord's will would be done in this election. And very clearly, His will was done. Lord, thank you for this election. Thank you for doing your will. Thank you that it's the choice that that most Americans believe is the best choice, and that's and Donald Trump is the person that you want to have in office these next 4 years. Lord, thank you again. Thank you. Amen. Wow. Yep, Trump. You just got to think about all the moments that getting called garbage, bringing out the trash can, working at McDonald's, getting shot. Everything was just leading up to this. Everything. And I think people could tell. I think people could tell that this election, no, tomorrow. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. Again, this election, I mean, everything that happened in this year, I think it's pointing to this moment, 277 to 226. I do think I do think it will be 312 to 226. I always had this election in that range. And then today I was a little bit more lenient to the vice president. Let me read out my prediction. I mean, if you guys haven't seen it on Twitter yet, I did post it on Twitter. I'm just going to give you like the basis of like the swing states and everything. I had Trump winning 302 to 236. There's 10 electoral votes that I had, or that it would be a 10 electoral vote swing. I had Michigan. I think the only difference that I have is Michigan going towards Kamala. I just kind of thought Kamala was going to leak it out. I was wrong. What else is different? Oh, I did have Trump winning New Mexico. That was wrong. And that was it. Yeah, that makes sense now. But President-elect Donald Trump once again. I want to see where NBC and CNN are. I would be shocked if they have Trump at close to 270. 247, 194. Yeah, NBC kind of knows it. They just don't want to. They want to make sure every vote is counted. I wonder where ABC is. I really haven't checked in too much on ABC. $246, 194.
The Democrats were then on defense come election day to try to.
They do have 203. So Trump, the Republicans are only 15 away.
Democrats, one of the things in the postmortem, I think, for both of these campaigns, but for certainly for the Democrats, will be you can't just count on the urban areas. You've got to connect with rural America, with working class America. You can't win these races. You showed the evolution of the electoral map over the last several presidential cycles. Moving forward, the Democratic Party is going to have to figure that out somehow, are they not?
This is a moment of truth for Democrats. 10 years ago, what was it? A little bit longer. That Democrats thought demography is destiny, and they were the natural party of government.
Is there any others?
Becoming more diverse. There'll be
CBS. 246. Most are at 246 to 194. Everyone pretty much knows it's over with. Yeah, everyone pretty much knows it's over with. Fox just.
Melania wrote about this in her book. So Harold, I hear.
I'm kind of surprised they haven't called Alaska yet.
But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They had him in a courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him, and whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree. I'm just saying, be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree, and I know you. That was my only point.
I had a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th.
But that's it. All right. I'm probably gonna continue to watch this, but I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go lay down. Wanted to say for this moment, dang, it feels good. Feels good to have Trump as president-elect once again. For the 47th president.
$15.9 billion for the bill. Wow. If you spend $1,000 a day,
I'm just trying to see. I bet once I turn the stream off, they're going to go to 280. But no matter what, Trump will be our next president. The reactions are going to be interesting. Tomorrow is going to be interesting. All right. That'll do it. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, turn on post notifications. I'll try to do more sports for you guys. I'm just really busy right now. So I apologize for that. But again, what a fun night this was. Trump, our next president. It will be the red wall, and I would assume he's going to win Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska, which would get us to 312 to 226 to end this election. And it looks like we may be able to pick up the House. We are at over 200, or just about 15 away, based off of NBC. So, what a night for the Republicans. The red wave arrived, and wow! All right, again. It was a fun night. Make sure you guys again like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. I'll see y'all later. Peace.